What we're going to be doing is we're going to be live recording the e-ending video guide in a way. So what I have pulled up right here is a recording. I believe this is Amei's. This is Amei's 3:46:43 as of today's date is September 13th, 2020. So I've already downloaded it. That run is the world record at the current moment. I believe that I'm not logged into speedrun.com, but anyway, what I have here is the recording of that run, of Amei's run, and we're going to be going through it. I have NieR pulled up in the background, and I'm going to be talking over at least most parts of this. We are going to be kind of skipping over a good number of parts because this is a 3-hour run and I don't have 3 hours or 4 hours to go through all of it at real time. But we will be spending at least a few number of hours together. So right off the bat here, this is going to be a little bit different versus a traditional A-ending run. You'll notice that the timer on live split starts at -5.82. That's because of the way that we have the auto splitter change for E-ending starting. So we still start with the offset of 2.18, but because we need the there's a segment of 8 seconds at the very end of the run, which, hey, we could probably even just show that. There's a segment of 8 seconds right at the very end of the run where you kill the final name, and right here. So there's 8 seconds between when you kill this name and the very end of the cutscene for when the auto splitter finally ends. So that's the reason why the timer starts at -5.82. But it's not terribly important for knowing when you run. It's included in the rules for e-ending. Just keep that in mind. When you do see an e-ending run, that's the reason why. So the beginning here is effectively the same as A-ending, so we're just going to be skipping through this at lightning speed. The strategies are identical here in Prologue. Just going through and killing these stubbies. The only real difference that we get to is in bunker, so we can probably just keep going through this. This is Marks 1. In terms of A-ending strategies, I do highly recommend you guys check out Blue Metal, and I believe Canaris also made... no, Blue Metal was part of one put together by Devin, having Mura and Blue Metal on the mic for that A-ending video. There was also another A-ending commentary video by Canaris done a number of years back, so if you do want to look closely into the A-ending strategies, keep that in mind that I'm not going to be going too deep into those strategies strictly for A-ending. For B-ending and C-ending, we're gonna get to those. But like I said here, Prologue, as you know in the e-ending guide, I highly recommend that you have that pulled up with you as well, because we will be referencing some parts of it. The first part is that Prologue is effectively unchanged, so we're just going to motor through these sections as fast as possible. Mostly the routing that we have for e-ending takes place with buys and just how you, in some transports throughout the world, and just going through the story for the rest of the game other than A-ending. So we're just going to be going through these pretty quickly, or at least the sections that are irrelevant to us. So here, again, just like A-ending, you're not allowed to connect to the network while you are playing the majority of the game. You're only allowed to connect to the network for the final section with the credits and killing the names and stuff. So here, just going through the cutscenes that we need, changing our settings. The important bit to take away from here in Bunker is that after you talk with Commander, you do want to pick up this 3,000 gold chest. If you don't, you have another opportunity to pick this chest up when coming back to the bunker after negotiations, but it's important to pick this up now because we need the money in the ending. Because if you don't have enough money, you won't have enough money for buffs and recoveries and stuff. So it's best to get the money now than it is to get it later. Again, this shmup here is effectively identical. Landing in the resistance camp. I'm happy Amei got that cutscene skip. Not everybody does that one. Yeah, so just going through the resistance camp here. This is identical to A ending. Sometimes you can... Oh, Amei's gonna get that. He doesn't actually get that. Interesting. So what you can do out of this chest right here is getting a medium recovery out of it for free. I like getting it. Some people don't. Because most of this time you're just waiting, so I find it a lot easier in the motion of things just to get things going. So here we have both res camp quests. We will be needing the money out of them. Here we get the items. And we go to the last one here. Sometimes it's not terribly important to kill all of these guys, but just like in A ending, you want to get through these as quickly as possible. Sometimes they do drop other items. It's not terribly important, but we will need to pay attention to the items needed for that quest in B ending. So the items that you pick off of the ground here, Amei's bitrate isn't really helping me, but there's a broken key, a small gear, and broken circuit. The broken key and broken circuit we can buy from Emil, and so in A ending at least, so that way we don't have to come back to this field and pick up these items from those enemies. So just keeping that in mind. So here we're going and just turning in the items here. We do upgrade VC to level 2, or Virtuous Contract to level 2. I believe Amei gets Virtuous Contract level 3 in this, but I'm not entirely certain. I forget. Oh, so Amei tries to pick up the medium recovery chest there, but he doesn't. He doesn't have time. He probably should have. Anyway, so here he's making his way out to the desert, the same way that we do in A ending. Out to the Desert Trader camp here. He's going to buy very quickly here. He's going to get a sachet, 2 animal baits, 1 resilience. So 1 sachet, 2 animal baits, 1 resilience. He backs out of the menu to go to the top. He buys 21 medium recoveries. The 21 medium recoveries is important to know just because with the route that Amei is doing, the buys change slightly. So the goal that Amei is going for is to get Taunt plus 6. Taunt plus 6 is usually a little bit more of an advanced strategy for runners. It's not important for newer E-ending runners to pick up Taunt plus 6, but for more experienced and more advanced runners of E-ending, you should be getting Taunt plus 6 or getting familiar with Taunt plus 6. The reason why Amei is getting only 21 recoveries here is because Taunt plus 6 costs more. So you either get more recoveries and use Taunt plus 3, or you buy fewer recoveries and you use Taunt plus 6. So in the E-ending routing here, there's 21 medium recoveries needed when you're trying to buy Taunt plus 6, but I'll predominantly focus this for Taunt plus 3. Taunt plus 3 would buy about 40 medium recoveries instead of 21 here. So the other one here that he buys is 4 melee attack ups and 1 ranged attack up small. Those are important for Adam Pit again, and then Beauvoir. We'll take a look at it when he gets to there exactly. But in the same way that we do in A ending, you get the transporter here and you clip through into the desert. And so you make your way out to the desert, or the greater desert area, same desert barricade skip, you get the trigger, go through to desert discovery. We do need pod C, especially in a long enough run. We do use both pods. I'm not sure if Amei goes for taunt plus, or for the extra taunt ships here, but it's not terribly important out of these flyers. Okay, interesting. So he doesn't get, so off to the, let me see if, yeah. So on his minimap here, there's a grouping of enemies. Usually there's about 1 to 3 small flyers that are in that grouping. You can charge your laser and fire at those small flyers in order to get a chance for a taunt ship. It's not terribly important to get that, mostly because we will be getting either taunt plus 3 or taunt plus 6 later. If anything, this helps for money management. So if you don't have enough cash for any reason, then this getting more chips out of this generally helps in that regard. So getting the chips out of these guys or getting better chips out of Atom Pit will be crucial for this. So in the same way as A ending here, we get Stupid Rock with Dawn burrowing here. So moving on here, we go and do Desert Housing skip. Amei's having a little bit of difficulty on that, but whatever. But essentially just going to Atom Pit faster instead of going the long way around. You can still go the long way around if you don't have the ability to do, or if you aren't comfortable doing this trick. The object of what Amei is trying to do here is just get the triggers that he needs. So what he's doing by getting out of bounds here, there's a little bit, yeah, there. So there's a little bit of ground along the edge here. I don't know exactly how far it goes, but it comes out to about here. And what he does is just light attack off of the edge of it. It grabs the trigger as you see on the mini-map here. So when you see that the pit is red, you have the necessary trigger. And so he turns around and hops onto the platform down below him right there. So that starts, or that avoids having to go through the long way around through the desert housing area and just goes for the trigger directly. So what Amei is going to be doing here very quickly is just going and maybe I can get a little bit slower. He does this very quickly, but the gist of it is to use one of your melee attack ups, just one of your melee attack ups, and then switching the first weapon set to use Bare Fists on lights and Virtuous Contract level 2 on heavy attacks, so that way we can use and take advantage of double damage glitch. Another point that you can use here is just moving over to the skills tab. And seeing if you have other chips that you got, either that taunt plus 2, or taunt plus 0, taunt plus 1, or taunt plus 2 that you could get from those flyers that I mentioned earlier. That's not terribly important, but it's worth mentioning. So here, I believe there's 9 machines that you need to kill. It doesn't necessarily matter what order you do them in, just as long as you're fast. Amei's gonna try and go for the fast Dawn kill. There, he gets it. So here, after that, we now have 30 seconds? No, It's like 45 seconds. It feels like 60 seconds, but it's probably closer to like 45 seconds of waiting. So this is really the point where runs for e-ending make or break, just because I personally feel that getting enough money is important out of these sections, and not getting hit is incredibly important. You do have to keep in mind that you only have a limited number of recoveries, effectively from Desert Trader buys all the way to Pascal buys before Forest. So here we're going to do Adam. What Amei does is buff up with a melee attack up to take Adam down, to skip sword dodge. So again, he's used... So when Adam comes down, he buffs wherever he buffed. Yeah, there. So Amei had used 2 of his melee attack up buffs here. He's going to use another one to finish off Adam. He's going to save the 1 melee attack up buff for Beauvoir, and the ranged attack up buff as well for City Engels. So you'll also notice that Amei is slow-moing to get to go across these falling sort of pathways. It's helpful mostly just for movement, but that's about it.
It stopped. Looks like we're safe.
So we could just skip ahead here. This is identical to A-ending, box clip. So the idea of box clip is that you want to be pushing the box out 2 and a bit times. You can either keep the camera close to be like what Amei just did, or some people like it where the camera is farther away from there. Amei doesn't really do a good job of showing the angle that's required, but you can pod launch into that corner and dash to the left in order to clip into the rock here. So one of the differences between E-ending and A-ending is that instead of going directly to the transporter, we jump across the... So you jump across the tunnel here and go to a chest with a small gear. So it's imperative that you do go out of bounds here, because you do need that chest for the for skipping the quest in B-ending Resistance Camp quests. So he just grabs the chest. You don't have to wait for all the items to appear on your screen. You can just open the chest and then gain control of 2B and pause and save, load, and continue. So now we're making our way to the amusement park here.
Maybe we should...
I'm surprised Amei doesn't hold forward during that, but okay. There's an easier way of guaranteeing that, or rather, the easiest way of guaranteeing that you choose continue fighting is just by spamming your A and B buttons for mashing through dialogue. So off to park we go. Here Amei is going over the park barricade, but the idea is still the same as if you were to just go through the sewer instead. So what Amei is trying to do here is go back through the ladder here, grab the trigger, and continue back out. just like normal. So here, I believe Amei is going to go for Rollercoaster skip, but I'm not certain. I believe he does. So going up the ramp here, you want to get out of bounds at this point and just plunge through. One way or another. And just to go across the gap that's here, as if you were doing Let's Play skip. Here, going on to the roller coaster track. Here we're picking up the Let's Play trigger. So now the roller coaster is primed. He calls the coaster. And he starts the coaster. So now what he's going to be doing is getting two things on his list of objectives. He's going around the backside of this because if you were to go through the train station normally, like what you would in A ending, you listen to the dialogue of 2B, 9S, and Pod 042, and that dialogue causes you to not be able to interact with the transporter that we want to pick up. We want to pick up that transporter, so it's important that you get the trigger on the rails here, as Amei is doing, and going around the back side, or the background side of the train station, so that way you don't get that dialogue. But it's important that you still dip into the backside of the train station, as you'll see with Amei. So he goes around and stops at this point, just so that way the rest of the area will remain loaded, but he will skip the dialogue that you would encounter if you were to just run right through that station. So it's important to do sort of like a button hook kind of thing, where you're going through the end of the train station and then you wrap around and then you continue back along the rails. That's something that a lot of people miss and get confused by. The reason why we're doing this is also that way we don't get the dialogue of the characters talking, so that way we can interact with the transporter. If they were talking, you would not be able to interact with the transporter. What Amei's doing there is just killing one of the machines. A strategy that Amei is doing right here, which is a little more advanced, is getting a clip out on this box here. Getting a box about here. And going between the wall and the box, so that way you can get a cleaner path straight to where you're going to be going for the spear. So he clips out and does a pod spin to get to effectively where the lunar tier is, but on the other side of the wall, and just makes it a little bit of a faster run to the same area that you would do for traditional roller coaster skip. The standard route still works, but that depends on how fast you are when doing roller coaster skip. If you do want to learn more about what roller coaster skip is, I highly recommend that you do take a look at the video guides for A ending. So here we're just getting spear normally. I believe Amei changes the partner behavior, but I'm not certain. But he's grabbing spear, he's all set. So he doesn't have time. He probably did have time in order to change the partner behavior if he wanted to. But definitely getting that transporter is very important for B ending, because 9S won't be able to go through that area as quickly as 2B. So what Amei's doing right now, he uses one of his melee ups, or melee attack ups, and equips spear on both light attack slots on his weapon sets. So you just threshold Beauvoir down as normal. So this section is identical to what you would experience in an A ending run as well.
It's trying to hack us. If we take hacking damage, it'll affect our bodies as well.
So just sort of fast forwarding here, the strategy that Amei's using here for taking out the bodies is just charging both lasers and effectively killing all of that first round of bodies with those 3 lasers. It's important not to get hacked in this section in the same way with A ending. More, if you do get hacked, it more just wastes time. If you really wanted to, you could end up buying 1 more melee attack up from the Desert Trader in order to get a little bit of a faster Beauvoir kill here, but it's really only about a second at the cost of about, I think it's 100 gold. So it's whatever trade-off that you want, really. So here what Amei is going to be doing is grabbing the trigger that he needs off of the Yorha body. He's just going to do a quick dash swing, get the dialogue, and immediately position himself to go through the door. What's going to end up happening is that the door is slowly opening, or, well, slowly / quickly opening, and what Amei is going to try and do is jump light spear attack into the corner of the, I believe it's the rightmost door from where we're looking at it right here, and he's going to sort of button hook around out of bounds. So he's slowing down the door, jump light spear, and he's out. The angle to get through that door is relatively liberal, but it does take some practice on the timing. It's important, especially from what I've found, in that you don't need to slow-mo straight away, but it's recommended to slow-mo when you do get closer, like right about where Amei gets here, a few paces away from the steps to the door. But if you are too slow, then there's nothing that you could really do to clip back out of bounds once the door is fully closed. So what Amei used and was banking on during the fight with Beauvoir was getting a small recovery. He menus for that small recovery and is able to spear dash his way all the way to Pascal's village effectively. I forget if Amei does lamp skip. No, he doesn't. So he's just going to spear dash his way all the way to Pascal's village at this point, doing a high jump there and a spear dashing. So we're going to skip through this. The same way as A-ending. Again, A-ending doesn't necessarily change too much in this section, at least. What Amei does want to pick up here is the teleporter at Pascal's village. We will be using that to Deathwarp in the same way that we would in A-ending. You're going to hear me say that a lot. a lot of this is just the same. So we're going to spear dash all the way through. What Amei does here is getting out of bounds, or not necessarily out of bounds, but getting into the city ruins a little bit faster in some ways, but slower in other ways. What we would normally do is just go straight and clip with a plunge and an SD through the box that's here. What Amei ends up doing is going through a hole in the fence, just going through a hole in the fence with a jump light spear and getting the dialogue to start. Sometimes you can get lucky with an animal spawning out in front of you there, but sometimes it's not all the time that you get it. So here what Amei does is jump with a boar. This isn't necessarily faster across flat ground, but it is significantly faster when jumping uphill. And you'll notice that when the boar goes jumping uphill, like here. So bounce, 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 bounce.
It would affect mission efficiency.
So in the same way as in A ending, you just cancel the dialogue with the door. and speak to an enemy. If you were going for the more advanced strategies, like for bonker skip or negotiations skip, you can buy Mirage here. Just keep in mind that you will be down a significant amount of money. So that isn't necessarily going to be covered in this, but the routing for Taunt +6 does have that included. So again, like in A ending, we just die to the animal. And we're just going to skip our way through this. Cancel the dialogue coming out of the transporter and head to City Engels. So coming out of Pascal's fence here, you do want to be aiming for the City Ruins Tower transporter. This is a transporter that we will be using fairly often in E-ending. We use it a few times, but it just makes running back and forth, both as 2B and as 9S, a little easier. So you just unlock the transporter and you head off to City Engels. So you run between his feet, go over the route, and up the building. The trick to getting through the Engels Hole is exactly the same as an A ending. You just want to be timing it correctly when jumping through the wall. You can use slow-mo here to make it a little easier, just because the timing window is a little bit longer when doing that.
Be careful. The skies are packed with anti-air weapons. Make sure
So you will have some bulletproof salves with you. It's okay if you use them here. You can actually save them for Boku-Shi, or if you want, even to the very end of the run. But we are going to be using our final ranged attack up in order to just effectively one-shot the Engels machine here. Same old as A ending. So going through negotiations here, we take the same pathing as we would in A ending. We're just gonna speed through this. I don't believe Amei shows this in his negotiations here, but what you can actually do to get a little bit of a better chance of escaping, yeah, there, perfect. So you'll notice that Amei didn't actually kill Eve before jumping over the wall, but what you can do is just jump over the wall before killing him, and then kill him, and then just immediately run to your right or left, depending on what side you fight him on. But it just makes it so that way you don't have to wait for Eve to respawn before actually finishing him off. So no matter what, you're going to get an attack from him. You could either perfect evade and high jump as a result of that, and just get out a little bit earlier and faster. So it's important to get that chest on the side of the path here, because we do need those titanium alloys in order to upgrade to Virtuous Contract level 3. So if you can't get that when doing, when escaping from negotiations or when doing bonker skip, you can just get it along the path when you're running out of negotiations. Here, we're just getting more some more XP. More XP, more money, more items. So at that point, we're just waiting for dialogue, waiting for negotiations to finish, and running all the way out through the tunnel. So here, exactly the same as an A ending. You can jump up onto the ladder and just cause Jackass to start talking to you, and then just transport, instead of actually having to walk up to her and talk to her. So we're going to the bunker. Like I said earlier, this would be a good opportunity after talking to Commander to pick up the 3,000 gold chest if you forgot it. Because sometimes you forget things, and a second chance is always helpful. So here, what Amei is going to be doing is just canceling some of the dialogue here with 9S, walking through the door,
Why don't we rest a little bit too?
and going to Pascal's village.
I'll rest if I feel like it.
So once he's at Pascal's village here, we're going to get the main quest done, which is choosing the second to last option in Pascal's dialogue option box here. So what we are going to be doing is selling the 4 machine cores, and the objective of also being in the sell menu here is to get rid of your what Amei is going, at least what the video is going to show, is Amei getting rid of his skill gauge and down, effectively, of chips. His goal is to only have resilience in his inventory, along with HP gauge, and I forget exactly what, but the objective for E-ending when using Taunt+3 is to keep, as we look in the routing guide, you want to keep all system chips below the minimap, so that way you can unequip the minimap and still use the minimap in B-ending and later on, because we will have the chip space. So Amei ends up keeping HP gauge, enemy data, minimap, and gets rid of the rest. The minimap we will get into later, but and its relevance later, but it's not terribly important for now. You can sell the minimap if you really wanted to, but it's not terribly important. So the next thing that Amei is going to be buying here is 21, 21, 21, 21. When I'm referring to those numbers, it means melee attack up large, ranged attack up large, melee defense up large, and ranged defense up large. He also buys enough medium recoveries to get to 40 medium recoveries. The buys for Taunt+3, if you were going with that route, would be buying 21, 21, 11, 11. Again, melee attack up large, ranged attack up large, melee defense up large, and ranged defense up large. If you were going with Taunt+3, I would recommend 21, 21, 11, 11, but if you're going with Taunt+6, if you're comfortable with also having only 11 defense buffs, then you can go with those as well. So these offensive and defensive buffs need to last you from A-ending Pascal buys all the way to B-ending Pascal buys. So there's a long period of time that you need to make those buffs count. So use those sparingly, along with the medium recoveries that you buy here. Those need to last you that same amount of time. So Amei is not going to check for VC3 here, but I think he checks for it later. I forget exactly. So what he's going to now is, instead of doing mum skip as you would in A-ending, you instead go to City Ruins near a tower. Lovingly, we refer to this as mum skip skip.
Operator,
Say, 2B.
What?
When do you think?
So we end up going to the commercial facility and fighting the 4 machines and getting the dialogue here. So you can choose to equip resilience now, so that way you don't have to deal with getting knockback on these medium bipeds, but you can also refrain from equipping resilience for this, just because you need to equip resilience anyway. So for some people, it's easier to equip resilience now in the same way that you would for A-ending. It's helpful for fighting A2, but that's about it. So fighting 4 machines and fighting A2, you can equip resilience, but it's not terribly important. Amei's going to use 3 of his buffs in this fight. He doesn't need ranged attack defense, but if you're not 100% on your game for using your recovering your buffs sparingly, then again, only use the buffs that you need for the fight.
Looks like the forest is just ahead.
So moving on to forest here, the pathing is identical to A ending, just making your way through the forest area as fast as you possibly can.
You just be careful.
I will, 2B.
So we're just going to go all the way to the bridge here. So what Amei is going to be doing is taking advantage of Rainbow Road Skip here, just doing a long jump off onto the grass there. And going out of bounds here in the courtyard. There are multiple ways of clipping out, but going through here, up through forest. 5. Just to get up to the top of the forest castle. He is going to kill those machines. You can choose to save if you want to, but it's not terribly important. What Amei does here is menu for resilience, but again, not terribly important. If you are comfortable with doing A2 without resilience, you can do it. But it is a little more helpful to have resilience equipped when fighting A2.
2B, that's an android. A Yorha type.
So just like an A ending, A2 is a fight that you can relatively breeze through. You do only want to use the melee attack up and melee attack defense, or melee defense buffs in this fight. She doesn't exactly have a ranged, so if you choose to use those recoveries, or those buffs, you can. Again, buffing up for every single fight is encouraged.
Now kill her before she kills you.
Let's go after her, 2B.
So once you're done with A2, the same strategy applies for here. You just high jump over the back end of the A2 arena. And you want to teleport to Pascal's village. So making our way to Pascal's village, we continue the main quest, going through... Does Amei pick up the...
It'll be faster if you just...
Okay, he doesn't. There is a... in a chest right behind Pascal's... or inside of Pascal's house, there is a skill gauge. However, it's not important. It's not terribly important to pick it up now, because we will end up picking up skill gauges, no, skill salves later. So an important difference here, this is where E ending starts to differ from A ending. We're going to Desert Camp. Desert Camp is where Emil spawns. Emil only spawns once you talk to Pascal there. If you go earlier, he won't appear. So Emil will always spawn at this point in the game after you talk to Pascal, after defeating A2. So there's a couple different ways that you can go about getting Emil here. The easiest strategy here is just to spear dash all the way down to the side of the buildings here and wait for the dialogue between 2B and 9S to finish, and just talk with your partner. In the same way that you would dialogue skip with any of the other tricks, you open up the dialogue box with your partner and wait for the dialogue to cancel with the other dialogue. That saves you having to listen to 6.0 and whine about all this stuff. The other way of doing, and a little bit more of a risky strategy for Emil is to hold slow-mo when coming out of the transporter here, and either dash swinging or spear dashing off to, maybe I can see it a little here, getting close enough to Emil so that way you can pod fire Emil without having to alert the other machines, and getting access to Emil's shop before 6-0's dialogue happens. Now, that's a little bit more of a risky strategy, but this is much more consistent and much easier to do time and again. So, once that's through and Emil is available to talk to in the world, you can speak with him. The first shop here that you want to interact with Emil with is the +3 chips shop. Now, Amei in the video doesn't show this, but down at the very bottom, I believe it's the second to last option, is Taunt +3. That is where you would buy Taunt +3. Amei won't show this in the video here, but that is where you buy Taunt +3. The goal of backing out of that chip shop once you're finished is so that way you can speak with Emil again, and you'll get the common items shop. Now, what Amei is looking for here is he's looking for having one broken key and having one broken circuit. So if you look in the menu here, we have 2 broken circuits, so we have enough, and 2 broken keys, which is enough. So Amei realizes that, backs out, and heads to the transporter. If you don't have any of those, so if you don't have a broken key and you don't have a broken circuit, then you must buy one. At least one. So one main difference here between E ending and A ending is that we are actually going to get additional chips from Emil once we're in res camp. So what Amei does is take a look on, I believe, does he just guess? I think he does just guess. No, he doesn't. Okay, I thought he guessed for a second. So if I just scroll back, so if you look on the, if you look on the mini-map when you do open it in the pause menu, when coming right out of Resistance Camp, you'll see Emil's little icon. That's the icon that we're looking for in Resistance Camp. Emil will always be on the Resistance Camp route when he is directly in front of the Resistance Camp in this fashion. There are different ways of getting to him quickly, but I won't necessarily discuss that. The point is that you want to catch Emil on this route. Now, it's important to distinguish, there's 2 different shops on the Resistance Camp route. There's the rare materials shop. We don't have access to those rare materials in A ending, but we do in later playthroughs. The shop that we do want, which is the +6 shop. So the +6 shop has all the special chips that we need, like weapon attack up +6 and ranged attack up +6, as well as Taunt +6. So you'll see in the video Amei buying Taunt +6, however, that is where you would buy Taunt +6. So the goal here that we want is to get Emil onto the Resistance Camp route as well as be on the right shop. So because Amei sees that Emil is on the Resistance Camp route, he exits the menu and starts slow-mowing. Slow-mowing helps for making sure that Emil doesn't get out of pod fire range and escaping behind the building. So Amei catches him in time and just gets to the shop. So an indication of if you have the wrong shop is this. if you see these two weapons and the dress module in the inventory, then you have the wrong shop. So what you need to do is reload Emil. There's different ways of doing this. You can either choose to re-enter the save circle area, which is just a few meters in, about here in front of Amei, or on the minimap you can see sort of the outline there. So it's a little bit in front of him. From there, you can either choose to save, load, reload the save, and check and see if Emil is on the minimap, as we saw before. Or, alternatively, you can go to the bus on the right-hand side here and jump, spear, or plunge, however, to get out of bounds there. And what you're looking for on your minimap is, and thankfully Amei has a good example of this, so on the minimap here, you can slightly see a outline for Emil. That means that Emil is on the NieR factory route. So that's not the route that we want. So again, Amei is going to fall off the map and void out. That will reset Emil's position in the world. He doesn't see him on the minimap, so he jumps and reloads. Again, NieR factory route. Again, not having much luck here. It does take a few attempts to do this, but this is slightly faster. Especially RTA. So, what Amei ends up seeing here on his minimap, before jumping off of the edge, is Emil's little icon on the left side here, close to the resistance camp, so we know that Emil is on the resistance camp route, as we said before. So what Amei's going to do is jump back inbounds and try to catch Emil on the run. So the important part here to take away is the clip out for the bus. I don't exactly have a good lineup here, but it's effectively with it's effectively in line with between the edge of the building here and the edge of the bus. So between those 2 points, you can jump spear, or jump light attack spear, or jump spear light, sorry, through the corner there in order to get out of bounds on the building. It does take a little bit to go through. I believe a heavy hold with Virtuous Contract level 2 also works. But once you're out of bounds and in that building, you can just fall to void out and reload the area. So just falling through again. So as you can see, it does take some jumps off the edge of the map to, or out of the world, in order to get Emil to be on the right route, along with the right shop. So what Amei is going to be buying here is 2 weapon attack up plus 6s, each of those is 10,000 gold, as well as 1 ranged attack up plus 6 as well for 10,000 gold. What he's also menuing for at the very bottom here is Taunt plus 6. It's worth mentioning that even though if you are only running Taunt plus 3, you do need the weapon attack up plus 6 and ranged attack up plus 6 chips in order to progress. So here you can either choose to save, equip, or rather equip the chips, save your game, and then reload the save instead of running back into resistance camp. I believe Amei chooses to do this after he transports, but regardless, he has the chips that he needs, and he can continue the run. It's imperative that you get those weapon attack up chips and ranged attack up chips because of the extra damage that they give. It's very helpful. you will thank me later. If you don't get those chips, then it's a very bad time. So what Amei is actually going to pull off here is just getting a +8 space, but that's only because of the Taunt +6 chip that he has. He actually doesn't have enough space to equip both Resilience and Taunt +6, I believe. So he needs the +8 space in order to equip those. But that is not true for, or that is not the same for Taunt +3. For Taunt +3, you only need to equip Resilience and Taunt +3, and unequipping at least one of your system chips. That can be either minimap if you kept it, or skill gauge in order to have enough space. So what you saw in the video here with Amei buying a +8 space, that's not necessary if you are using Taunt +3. So once those are equipped, you can continue, talk to an enemy, go through to Flooded City, and continue along with the main quest here. Amei does this in a little bit of an unconventional way, but he still gets the trigger and remains out of bounds, so all is good. In the Flooded City shore fight, you will notice a difference if you were just coming out of A ending without having used Taunt +3. In the regards of using Taunt +3 or Taunt +6 when fighting these enemies, they are very powerful. If they hit you, you will most certainly die if you are not buffed. So it's highly encouraged to always be defense buffed when you are in combat.
I think that's the last of the machines.
Because as a result, if you do end up using Taunt +3 or Taunt +6, enemies do kill you faster in the same way that you kill enemies faster. So with Grun, we are going to just super speed through this because we don't have time to go through Grun. However, it's important to mention here, Amei only does, I believe he does a melee attack up and a ranged attack up just to save on buffs. If you use your defense buffs here, I believe you might not have enough, depending on how many you bought. But one thing to remember for Grun while this is happening is that if you do take damage, it's very important that you manage your recoveries intelligently. If you heal on every bit of damage that you take, then you're not using your recoveries as efficiently as you possibly can. I try to take either 1 to 2 to 3 hits per recovery, because if you blow through all of your recoveries in A ending, you won't have enough for Boku-Shi at the very end of A ending, or Eve if you need it in again at the end of A ending, because these recoveries are going to have to last you all the way to B Forest Pascal buys. Making sure that you manage your buffs and recoveries as intelligently as you possibly can is recommended. One other strategy that you can employ here, which is untested at this current moment, is equipping your range attack buff, or range attack +6 chip, as opposed to equipping your Taunt +3 or Taunt +6 chip, because in order to get the extra damage during Grun, like what you would experience in B ending, in order to make these cycles faster on the Grun cores, you can equip range attack up +6, but it's not terribly important, despite the possible time save you would experience from that. It's a little bit of a better experience if you just leave Taunt +3 or Taunt +6 equipped, but if you choose to equip a different chip, I would recommend the ranged attack up chip when you're in Grun. So again, this is the same as in A ending. We're just going to motor right on through here. So making our way out of Grun. The strategy is the same as in A ending, where when you come out of this cutscene, you want to turn to your left and get a running pod spin off of the edge there and into the water, so that way you can skip the 6-0 dialogue that you would otherwise hear. That 6-0 dialogue is very long, and you don't have the means of skipping it. So the reason why we want to avoid that is so that way we can get the transporter here in Flooded City, so that way not only do we have a lifeline for if we die in Copied City, but we also need that transporter for 9S. 9S in B ending. So here, it's recommended that you save. Amei doesn't. Making your way through the tunnel here for Copied City clip. I believe Amei does keyboard lineup, jump, spear. Yep, perfect. Also a swag strategy there for opening the elevator. What you can do to open, or instead of having to press the button manually here, what Amei does is approach the button and do a jump and spear light attack at the same time as interacting with the button. That saves him from having to go through 2B's animation of manually pressing the button. It's slightly faster, but it's not terribly important. It's worth mentioning, though. So going through to Copied City here. This is the same as an A ending, where the objective is to get this trigger and go off to the right to do mansplaining. You'll see the lineup here that Amei uses with jump and spear lights.
Religion. War. The more human records I unearth, the more charmed I am by their complexity. This city is
Again, there are different lineups for mansplaining. I recommend looking at the A ending video guides for seeing the different mansplaining lineups. So again, you could see Amei using that technique of opening the door without having to go through 2B's animation of actually opening the elevator. So the timing, exactly the same as in A ending here. What is different during this fight, and you'll see Amei buffs up here in preparation for the fight, is that Amei is going to damage Adam down very fast. That's because he is using Taunt plus 6. However, you will experience a very similar thing with Taunt plus 3. He just melts in a few damage glitches. So just like normal, we are waiting for the dialogue to finish. However, why Amei is avoiding his shots there is because with Taunt plus 6, Adam will one-shot you. So again, just melt through the boss as fast as you can. Again, here the strategy is the same in A ending. However, it is important that you do pick up the skill gauge or skill salves from Devola and Popola. So once you skip the dialogue or the commander's dialogue after talking to an enemy off of the computer girl, you want to turn around and speak with Devola and Popola, and I would recommend buying 11 skill salves, so that way you have enough for A ending, Eve, if you need it, and B, Grun, as well as the final tower sequence in C ending. Those are really the only important parts that we use skill salves for. So the reason why we only buy 10 is because we don't use it everywhere. However, it's important that you don't waste all of your money on skill salves. If you end up buying too many skill salves, then you will suffer the consequences later. So buying a maximum of 10 is as many as you need.
Analyze current trends among the
So now we make our way to factory here. It's identical to A ending. We're just gonna motor through here. Make our way through to the Mook's room. So once we get through into the Mook's room here, I'm just going to show Deep Factory here, but it's identical to A ending.
I've never seen machines with such unique perspectives. I wonder if there's a way to collect
less talk, more running. 2B to
2B.
So the goal of this is so that way you void out in that corner here. I'll show. So once you reach into this corner here, what Amei does is jump, light attack, spear into the corner. You can also do that with a pod launch or a heavy hold and just void out. The objective is to reset the enemies and effectively start the dialogue for opening the elevator. Amei does need to be careful there, so that way when he does, or he doesn't take as any unnecessary damage when fighting in the Mook's room, or when escaping from the Mook's room, rather. So here, 9S room, identical to A ending. Once he voids back in, he's able to interact with the transporter, or not the transporter, the elevator, and go back up. So going through the second half of Deep Factory skip, he's getting the trigger, or the dialogue trigger, oof, and he actually misses it. So, the alternative, you can look into the A video guide for Deep Factory skip, but what Amei is going through here is the recovery strategy, so if you do end up missing Deep Factory skip, you can just continue along the way, going through the motion of as if you were going through this area normal. What Amei is doing here is just getting some insurance that he doesn't get squashed by the crushers, but the road is identical to A ending through here. So we're just going to continue on. One thing that Amei, I believe he gets is, so he kills that one machine on the transporter, and he does try to get the elevator trick with Pascal. There. So he's able to activate the elevator without having to be inside of the elevator. And that gets him up to that platform a little bit faster than he would if he were inside of the elevator. So-Shi is identical as in A ending, so the only difference being that you don't need to slow-mo when killing So-Shi when you're using Taunt +3 or Taunt +6. The boss effectively just melts. So if you have good positioning on the boss before the shields go down, so having your damage glitches spinning as the boss is getting ready to have his to be damaged, then you should be able to go through the boss very quickly. But the timing is exactly the same. You just deal way more damage than you would in A ending. It's also important to not get hit by the boss. However, if you're risky like Amei, you can not use defense buffs, but I would recommend using defense buffs. Every one of these fights you want to be using defense buffs. I believe Amei does Shabu skip here, so I'll let it run. But now that he's moving through Ko-Shi here, he wants to get out of the factory area. He is going to... I believe he's going to go through... Yes, he does. So, once he's out of the elevator here, he hangs a right and goes on top of the door here with... So you can either do this with a pod launch, or you can use spear lights in order to get into the silo on top of the door and do a series of pod spins, as well as spear lights in order to gain some distance here. Amei also tries to stay out of bounds and effectively spear dash all the way through to the very end of the factory. The less complicated path here would be when you're midair in Shabu Skip. You can also take the normal path as well through to the end of the Deep Factory, as you would in a ending. However, with the pathing that you see in the video here, you can also take the pathing on the inside close to the lava area, as you would in a ending, instead of remaining out of bounds or in this sort of invisible floor area for longer, like you see what Amei is doing. But again, a ending, you can take a look at the a ending video guides if you need more information on a ending. So we're going to make our way through to Burning Resistance Camp here. The pathing is identical. We're going to skip all the way through this into Burning Resistance Camp. It's important not to get hit here, mostly just because it's unnecessary damage. You will see that Amei buffs up here, but he doesn't slow-mo, or he doesn't slow-mo as much as... just because the amount of damage output that he has is a ridiculous amount to get through these. If you do end up caught by the stubbies in this area because you're damaging things too quickly, like Amei's right here, he's caught between a bit of a rock and a hard place having stubbies behind him, so I would recommend you take your time through this area despite how much damage you actually have. But the goal is just to kill everything as fast as possible, is effectively what that fight boils down to. Boku-Shi is a bit of a different story. These electric shocks that Boku-Shi can inflict on you is very damaging. You can effectively get two-tapped by Boku-Shi if your health is not at 100%. Effectively all the time. So if you want to spam recoveries, this is the fight to do it, is what I would recommend. So when you jump into the electricity here, you want to buff up. And if you have any Volt Salves, that would also be a good strategy here, so that way you don't continuously take the electricity damage when you're in the water here, but you effectively just want to no slow-mo damage Boku-Shi as fast as you possibly can and get out of there, because with Taunt +6 and Taunt +3, Boku-Shi will and can kill you as very, very quickly if you're not careful. So once he's reached his threshold, throw a damage glitch at his back and he'll vacuum, and again, just like normal, or just like in A ending, transitions. So Core 1 here. The strategy that Amei is using here is unique for Taunt +6, however, the fight for Taunt +3 is the same as you would do in A ending. You pull Core 1 up the hill, and you pull Core 1 up the hill and you damage the bosses as quickly as you possibly can while buffing and keeping damage on him. What Amei is showing in this video here is that as soon as you gain control of 2B here, the idea is to lock on and start taunting the boss as well as holding SD. The reason why he's taunting the boss and SDing is because taunt plus 6 enables you to completely kill core 1 in one shot with an SD. Because it's considered a weapon attack, we can taunt and instantly kill the boss. That is unique for taunt plus 6. You cannot do that with taunt plus 3. So the strategy for taunt plus 3 would be identical to a standard A ending run, with damaging the boss with damage glitches. Taunt plus 6 makes it so that way you can do that fight with an SD, with a standard SD, that is.
Pascal? Come in, Pascal! Shit!
So Amei's having a little bit of difficulty there, just making to core 2, but making our way to Pascal's fence here. It's also important that for these enemies, and effectively every fight after this point, you want to be careful that if you are going to get hit, that you have your buffs and you're at full HP, because if you're not, you can, like that, these enemies will kill or take down over 50% of your HP if you're not careful. So once these enemies at Pascal's fence are down, core 2 comes up, and you want to damage this guy as fast as you possibly can. Taunt plus 3 and Taunt plus 6 have the same strategies. Taunt plus 6 just kills him faster.
Do be careful.
Identical to A ending. So here we're making our way to the crater. I'll let this run out, but the strategy that Amei is going to be using again is just to damage the boss as quickly as he possibly can while being buffed and at full HP. So here it's Amei's being careful to not get hit by the boss, because again, Eve deals a ridiculous amount of damage to him. With Taunt plus 6 and Taunt plus 3, you can melt Eve's HP bar. So it's important to get only a few attacks out of him, but you can very easily just melt through his HP bar. In order to do so that's phase 1 that's done. Phase 2 skip here, you can very easily do if you can double damage glitch and slow-mo him while buffed. Taunt plus 6 and Taunt plus 3 make this phase 2 skip effectively free. You deal more than enough damage to overkill him and have the dialogue go without issues. So you saw how much HP was left on Eve's health bar. Very easy for Taunt plus 6 and Taunt plus 3 to get that. So moving on to phase 3 here. Amei's going to buff up here and just immediately go to wherever Eve here. He does need to be careful with Taunt plus 6, because any one of these balls that that Eve is shooting will kill him effectively. That is only because he is using Taunt plus 6. Taunt plus 3 does not need to worry about that, but the balls will leave you at critical HP if you are using Taunt plus 3. So the goal here is just to get under Eve and self-destruct while Eve is taunted and while you are buffed. So that'll just melt him.
Alert. NFCS destroyed. Close range combat no longer operable.
So again, like I was mentioning, if any of these balls hit you while you are on Taunt plus 6, and while Eve is taunted, it will kill you. If you are on taunt +3 and you are buffed, Eve is taunted and the ball hits you, then you'll be left at critical HP. So again, it's necessary to be on top of how full your HP bar is, especially coming out of the self-destruct here. So in that case, that left Amei on critical HP. I'm actually wrong about that. I thought it would insta-kill you. But regardless, the balls deal way more damage than they need to, and you don't want to be using those recoveries that you need to be holding on to. But for taunt +3 and taunt +6, it's very easy to just pod fire Eve down and get him down to the threshold to finish the fight. So here, we're just going to skip through this. The objective is to skip through the credits, hold B to skip, go through. You will get a notification for all this stuff for completing A ending, and we do want to save. It is important to save after every ending. So A ending, B ending, and C ending, you all want to save after. So once we're back at the title screen, you want to load game and go down to, so load game and go down to settings, and you want to go down to other, and it's important to change voice changer to as you see on the screen here. So that's maximum -1, which is the faster voice setting for voice changer. This will help immensely for large chunks of dialogue that you would otherwise be just waiting for. So it's free time save, you might as well change it. So once you're done changing that, just back out, hit start game. So now we get to the fun and interesting part of E ending, an hour and a half in, good lord. So now, once we're actually in a B ending, we get control of this little machine. You can just spam jump here and continue along the path to get to the bucket. We want the bucket. We want to fill the bucket with oil. You can walk up to the bucket as you saw what Amei did right there, but it's not terribly important. For optimal jumping distance, you can try to space your jumps properly, but it's not terribly important. So the strategy that Amei is going for here, instead of going around for the right-hand side and going around the pipes here, what instead we do is just go from the oil streak through the pipes and continue on. So it's a little bit of a faster path to get through here, which surprisingly you'll see the stubby clip through the pipe, no effect. So we just continue walking as if nothing happened. It's a much, much better beeline. Also, welcome guys in the chat. If you guys have any points for E ending, just shout them out. So the thing for this jump that's coming up here, what you want to wait for, or at least what I wait for, is for this ball machine here to have the shadow of the stubby that you're controlling. So that way, when you do jump, you have the perfect amount of distance, so that way when the stubby flips back over to pick up the bucket, the trigger for the cutscene gets completed. So you'll see that machine is covered with, this machine is covered with Amei's shadow, and a little bit past it too, but he jumps. So once he's a little bit behind that, he jumps and falls over and gets the cutscene trigger for that. So even though the bucket is spilled from the oil, you still end up bringing it to the brother machine. Now, this next part goes by a little quickly, so I'll probably try and demonstrate this a little slower here. So when you hold B, or when you skip this cutscene here for the machine, you want to be holding, you can kind of see on Amei's controller, but you want to be holding about 9 o'clock, if you, in the shape of a clock. 9 o'clock is like hard left. You want to be holding about there when you're skipping that cutscene, or a little bit after you've skipped that cutscene. So that way when you go and appear as 9S from the darkness here, you can kind of see his shadow. Let me try to point it out. It's like right here. You can see his shadow in the background because of the sun, and you'll see it just kind of track down. So he's standing and falling, and he appears on camera here. So he's falling to the left towards the flight unit. So when he falls off of the catwalk and not actually onto it where he would normally appear. So this way you get immediately down to the flight unit, and you can basically just spam interact and you'll get into the flight unit. So here, when you see the camera starts to pan, that's when you know that you're in the flight unit and you're ready to go. So it's a pretty cool trick, but it happens relatively quickly, so I wouldn't blame you if you miss it. So just coming out of the machine, dropping the bucket, skip cutscene, hold hard left, he falls, interact with the flight unit. In terms of skippable cutscenes, the cutscene for getting into this flight unit here is not skippable, but this cutscene is. So I usually remember these just by like the first few frames of like the video that plays. So if you're fast enough, you can skip those relatively quickly. You can try to like hold B on some of these flight unit ones for the shmup, but sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. In terms of the flight unit waves, you can try to stay sort of across the top here in this sort of area. You will be doing a lot of side-to-side killing where the one spawns, another spawns, and another spawns, and you can try to get either two of them in one swipe or one of them in another attack. You'll see as Amei goes through these waves what is relatively optimal, like right here, where he's already on the left side, he kills one, he kills another with the same attack, starts moving to the right, kills one with that attack, and kills these last two, or last three, with at least one attack and another attack. If you do want to go more in depth with this shmup, I highly recommend that you take a look at the at Amei's 143 video on speedrun.com, or 146.43 recording, just to take a look at the shmup waves in particular. I'm not necessarily going to cover them in detail, but I will go through sort of the things that I'm looking for. So here, especially leading into this ring wave, I try to be in the center of it when it spawns, but you can try to be on either the left or right side to kill them in 1 or 2 swipes. Again, top, bottom, and another ring wave. So these waves, well, I've personally found it easier to play them a few times through runs, and you just sort of pick up on the pattern for doing them. Coming out of this shmup here, you can try and start spamming pause game as soon as possible here, but you can also hold B to skip. And there's at least 2 different ways of going through these these different directions here. You can go like what Amei is doing and just go completely straight, or I believe it's either backwards or left or right. I believe it's left. But you can either take the longest path first, so that way when you're waiting for 210 to stop speaking, you take the longest path, or you can just go whichever is fastest, which is straight. Again, it's not exactly a perfect science. Here, the objective is to kill all of the flyers that you see, so that way when you go all the way to the objective here, you have only a handful to deal with. So what Amei does is just turn around. So once you reach the objective here, he turns around and light attacks all of these down while shooting the flyers behind him. Once all of those flyers are down, you'll hear 210 say that it's available. And one thing that's important here, as you are hacking this, you can hold hack and be turning the camera and the character at the same time. So let's go through this a little slowly here. What Amei does is hold hack, turns the camera, and starts moving 9S farther away from the objective. So that way the hack is still happening, but Amei is starting to move away from the objective towards his next target. So going through the hack here, you can try to make some of these a little bit faster by trying to break diagonals or trying to break multiple blocks with your projectiles, but generally the path straightest through here is the best. And that's very common amongst a lot of these hacks. It's mostly just getting from point A to point B as fast as you possibly can. In many of these rooms, you can just ignore a bunch of these enemies. Like, the enemies on the wall you don't really care about. The enemies that you do care about are ones that spawn closest to these objective points. At the same time, you do want to be using your pod program on those medium flyers at the same time when doing, when taking care of the smaller enemies. So as soon as those medium flyers spawn in, you want to be pod programming just to take them out as fast as possible. So again, we do the hold hack and turn camera and turn and hold the direction of the character. It is important when holding the camera for the character, if you let go of the camera stick, you will end up, your camera will recenter on the objective that you're trying to hack. So if you're trying to aim at a specific enemy, you want to be holding the camera stick in the direction of the enemy that you want to be shooting. Otherwise, it'll just recenter on the objective and you'll lose the direction of motion and in your aiming. So you can kind of see this with Amei's video here. He lets go for a split second and recenters on the objective there. Here, this hack, you can either choose to go, I personally find it easier to go this way around, but you can also go this way. It doesn't necessarily matter, but it's worth mentioning. Again, trying to break blocks on a diagonal as best as you possibly can. Sometimes you can break blocks like the first one, the one directly in front of you, and the one behind it. So in many of these objectives here, you want to be getting to the objective as fast as you possibly can and just turning around and pod firing them down. So you'll notice in this particular objective here, we didn't have a medium flyer. That's unique of this one. All of the other ones have medium flyers. At least one medium flyer. There is one that has two. And we'll get to that one just now. So again, here, I believe this one's symmetric, actually, so it doesn't really matter what one you take. Just as long as you take... As long as you're fast in block breaking, then it's whichever.
Hacking complete. One target remains.
So one target remaining.
May I remind you that personal chatter during
You can just spam... So in order to... I don't believe I mentioned this, but in order to move faster as 9S's flight unit, you can spam dash as you're going through, as you probably saw on Amei's controller here. But trying to spam your dash button, so that way you're still getting the distance that 9S gets from his dash, but you're also making it fast enough so you're continuously dashing as 9S. The rhythm is a little bit faster than dash chaining as 2B, but you'll get a feel for it the more that you play as 9S. It's not spamming super fast, but it's spamming with enough rhythm that it's not as slow as 2B's dash chaining, but it's a little bit faster. You'll see. So this is the one particular objective with 2 medium flyers. So he's going to use 1 pod program on one and 1 pod program on the other. You can try and like push into the medium flyer here. So when this one on his left spawns, he launches the pod program, but then tries to move into the medium flyer. I find that's a little bit better damage than you would otherwise just kind of launching the pod program and waiting. So again, just making our way through the hack here. As soon as you complete the hack, the enemies despawn in front of you. This Amei is just waiting for the dialogue to finish, but at the same time getting some kills along the way. This cutscene is unskippable. Don't try to cutscene skip it. You can try to hold B here, but I don't believe it goes through. But if you hold B, you'll see hold B to skip appear. So here you see Amei tries to push forward as far as he possibly can. Sometimes you can get it so that way the enemies actually end up too far behind you, so try not to go like all the way to the top of the screen, but try to stay maybe about 80% at the top of the screen. So it gets all 3 of those in one. This is again another wave, and this particular pattern of where is it? This particular pattern of 1, 2, 3 on the left, 1, 2, 3 on the right is very repetitive amongst 9S's shmups in this prologue, or rather, Brologue, as we call it. Here, the only enemy that's actually worthwhile in killing is the medium flyer in the center. You can try and get the other flyers on the left and right here, but it's not terribly important. The only one that really matters is the medium flyer in the center. Here, Amei didn't really do a good job of demonstrating that, but it is what it is. So that, once you're done with that medium flyer, that means it's the end of that section of the shmup. Once you see, it's a little bit difficult to see in video, but you'll see in game when you're going through this shmup. Oops, there. So when you're going and the camera is centering here in the pipe, you'll notice a bit of a camera shift. That camera shift is the signal that you need when you can cutscene skip. So I'm just going to go frame by frame here. So 1, 2, 3, and pop. So notice how there's like a bit of a camera shift here. So this is part of the unskippable cutscene part, and oops, I missed it. So this is part of the unskippable cutscene part. This is part of the skippable cutscene part. So you'll see Amei notices this and starts the cutscene skip. Here, you can just spam cutscene skip twice and mash through the dialogue. This particular cutscene is unskippable. However, I think You might be able to hold B on this particular cutscene, but I forget exactly. Again, more waves from the top, left, and right here. A lot of this combat is just up at the top of the screen. You'll notice the kind of wonky camera angle. That's mostly because of how fast we're going through these waves. There's not enough time for the camera to really adjust, along with the faster dialogue. So once you get to this part where you see that the enemies are starting to come from the top right of the screen here and just sort of coming down, there will be a large number of these. You can either choose to wait and just pod program them all, or you can try to systematically light attack, light attack, light attack to kill all of them. Moving on to this here, this is kind of where the controls on the controller turn a little funky, because when you're actually aiming like top left, you're not necessarily aiming top left, you're more aiming like just left. It's something that you feel more than see, but I always find it a little funky. So a lot of these waves are really just top left and bottom right, and then switching, so bottom left, top right. So once one of these waves down, a faster wave comes in from the top left, bottom right. So during these final two little bits there, you can effectively just wait, and you can choose to try to melee attack those flyers down in the bottom left and in the top right, but it's much easier just to pod fire into those corners here. So once the camera changes, we get a little bit of a different perspective here. I believe, yeah, so there's two waves. So there's two waves up at the top of the screen. You can just stay at the top here and fire to the right, as you see what Amei is doing, and then moving down to the bottom right, or staying up at the top and taking care of the enemies in the top left sort of section. The enemies will try to spawn in this corner here and try to move across the screen here, in the same way that these enemies down in this corner will try to move across the screen in this direction. So it really depends on which side of the screen is on. I kind of like being on this side, so that way you could stay and be ready to take care of the enemies in the next wave up at the top of the screen. So you'll see that here Amei has to move back to the top of the screen and take care of those enemies, and then move back down to the bottom right. So here in... This is mostly one wave that I remember specifically, so once you're done with those, there's at least one wave that spawns on... so here, we just passed that. So there's a wave that attempts to go down on the bottom right here, and then once you're done with that wave, a wave will spawn on the top right here, on the top here. You can take care of those, and then once that's done, a wave will spawn with them all around you. The one that has everything around you, you can try to pod launch, like, or pod spin, sorry, pod program them like you see what Amei is doing. Once you see that's done, then it's just dialogue, and you can go and do Engels. So here the cutscene skip only begins after the white screen. So once that happens, you're able to skip the cutscene, like you see Amei doing. Now here, Engels, the fight is a little bit different than in A ending. The objective is to hack the multiple different parts of Engels. You have his head, his arm, his other arm, and I believe you have his body. So, it's a couple different hacks that you have to do. The arms and body are the easiest. The head, I believe, is I guess one of the more annoying bits, but they're all just basic hacks. Something that's very useful for these smaller hacks is, I don't believe Amei does it. He just manually aims, but what you can do is actually lock on, if you're on normal mode or easy, to just lock on to the target when you're in the hack environment. That's something that not everybody actually knows, but you're able to, and it makes a lot of these hacks much more manageable. Like, you don't have to necessarily be perfect in terms of your aim, but it makes it a lot easier to take care of. And you'll see that if you see the lock-on icon on the hacking enemies here. So one thing that you'll notice, sort of going to the hack here, are these like hacking orb ball things that 9S is shooting out. Those are the important parts for when actually executing a hack, because the more that you can like shove at the target, hacking isn't necessarily hit scan in a way. Like, you need those projectiles to actually hit the target in order to hack. Which is a bit of a weird sort of mechanic, but it is what it is. So once you're done with those hacks, he'll launch the missiles and the cutscene will hit. So you can skip this cutscene, and once you're in the darkness, you want to head up to the top left and initiate the visual systems here. There's no way of making this faster. So you want to head top left to go to the visual system, and then top right to go to the vocal system. And then once you're done with that, you can just wait. Ideally, I think the fastest time that I've ever seen out of here is like, the fastest time on the timer is like 2:43 low, but 2:42 high is still pretty respectable. Very good.
External sound input confirmed.
If there was a way of making that section faster, I would love to know. So the next thing when coming out of here, you're able to, so you could just wait and get to here. You can skip that cutscene with 9S, and now you're planted with your pod. So for whatever reason, when you are as your pod, you're able to actually take advantage of the chips that you have equipped. One of them is Taunt. So your Taunt +3 or Taunt +6 chip will actually make this significantly easier, because you can equip, or you have equipped, your Taunt +3 or Taunt +6 chip since A ending, and you're able to just buff up and take care of these enemies very quickly. It's recommended to only use a ranged attack up. The defense buffs aren't necessarily important, but if you are in a scenario where you're getting shot by the enemies for whatever reason, then it's important to actually buff up entirely with defense buffs, just because if you do die, then you have to reset like the almost since the last Brologue checkpoint in the game for B Prologue. So it would be much easier just to stay alive than not die in this section. So something that's, I don't know if Amei is really going to show this here, but I find it a lot easier to be on, here, wait. It might be a little easier to be on one of the sides here and just shoot from left to right, instead of being sort of in the middle, like where Amei is, and try to shoot at each oncoming target. So, as each one of these enemies spawns, they get a little bit more progressive. So one enemy spawns, two enemy spawns. So Amei is doing sort of the left-hand side of what I was explaining, all the while trying to taunt these enemies, so that way you see the steam coming out, so they're taking increased damage from you and you're buffed up, while still being in a position so that way you're shooting across the length of them, so that way any missed shots hits the other machines. Because these waves go by way faster with Taunt +3 and Taunt +6 than they otherwise would if you didn't have those chips. This is a very good situation where if you are on the left or right side, you get to take advantage of taunting all of these enemies at the same time and dealing massive damage to every single one of them. So once you're done with that wave of 5, I believe that's 5. Yeah, 5. Once you're done with those guys, you can listen to the pod and just go back to the side here. The camera will auto-lock on to the hacking point that you need. All you need to do is just hold hack. It's worth mentioning that on each of these camera perspective changes, as soon as you see the camera like start to move drastically like this, it zooms out like pretty damn far. As soon as you start to see that, you can just hit start, pause, or hit pause, skip, and away you go. Here, a little bit of dialogue has to happen first, but it'll be on your right-hand side, or next to 9S. Again, the camera will turn, and you just need to hold hack. So once those 3 are down, we can just finish off the remaining enemies on Engels here, using the same strategy again, ranged attack up, and taunt. Here you'll notice that you'd also have access to lock on, so you don't need to free aim these enemies, which is very handy, especially for the flyers. If you're not comfortable free aiming those enemies, then you're able to just lock on. So once you complete that, you'll be sent back up to the bunker. So here as 9S, your objective is to run to 2B's room, which is on the left, and run into 2B's room and hold hack. Here you can spam dialogue and watch your failures of A-ending play out before you. So that's actually an interesting thing, and I'm kind of happy that Amei got this in this video, is showing that for some reason when you're like skipping dialogue here, but Amei, I actually don't know how that came up, but sometimes what you can do in between the time that you're waiting for the dialogue to appear, you can try to hold B to skip, or hold whatever button that you have to skip the cutscene, because in essence this is a cutscene. But what ends up happening is that the game kind of gets confused. So even though Amei was just skipping dialogue there, he realizes that it says hold B to skip, so he holds B, tries to skip. Sometimes this does take like a little bit longer than it really needs to, and then it skips. Sometimes it doesn't always do that. You sometimes just need to just spam, oops. Sometimes you can just spam through the dialogue and just make it all the way through without actually skipping this cutscene. So again, Amei just holds B to skip and continues through that. Again, like in A-ending, that cutscene where it zooms in on 2B's face is unskippable. And so unlike in A-ending, as 9S, you're kind of stuck behind 2B, so it's really only best to just kind of stand there and just dialogue mash, or mash through the dialogue. The same strategy in A ending applies here, where as soon as you run out of 2B's room, you want her to be at your side, so that way you can dialogue skip at, like, before this line. 9S Amei did this kind of wrong, but if you dialogue skip at this point here, then just dialogue skip through, you should be able to get through here as 9S. Alternatively, you could just run right through. 9S's dialogue is a little bit faster, especially because of voice changer. It makes this slightly less of a time loss than it would be in A ending, but it's still slightly a time loss. Again, because we're playing as 9S, we don't get all the cool tricks that we do as 2B, but and this elevator is a little bit of a case in point, because what's important here is that you interact with the elevator, so that way it starts moving, but you can also choose to barefist lift. Barefist lift, and what Amei does is a light attack, but you'll notice how he kind of like just floats up. That's because the game thinks that he's still on the ground on the elevator, so when he interacts with the elevator it starts to move up, but because he's doing a lift, he ends up at about this height and starts moving up as a result of his light attack. You can either choose to do that with barefist, or you can choose to do that with his short sword. Barefist gets you slightly higher, I believe, but you can do the same thing with a short sword, I guess. So here you want to head it to the hangar. Same thing as in A ending, just making your way out there. We're just going to skip through this here. The same cutscene skips apply, and the same strategies apply, except this time in the shmup here, once you're done with these top and bottom waves, I may have did that a little bit too early, but you have access to both Pod A and Pod C, so you're able to take care of this medium flyer or the medium flyer on the left and the medium flyer on the right, both with a pod program.
Bunker to 2B, come in. I've set a landing point for your flight units. You'll be touching down quite a ways from the resistance camp, unfortunately. Sorry for the trouble, but we can't risk the enemy discovering their position. Good luck down there.
Okay. So a lot of this has some parallels to A ending, but it's different in other regards. So here, the timing for this cutscene is this cutscene skip is a little bit different. I kind of wait until 9S is about here to press start and spam to skip the cutscene, right about there. It's important as 9S that because you don't have heavy attacks, that you don't try to. I mean, I've messed this jump up a lot in the past, so sometimes you can get not enough height, but the timing sort of grows on you. You need to be using your jumps to the most amount of height as you possibly can in many cases. So because 9S doesn't have a plunge, we just fall. I believe the more optimal way of doing this is really just, or the more optimal way of falling here is just by, like what Amei is displaying, where you, as you're falling, you can just tap SD kind of slowly. Fortunately, we don't scare away the moose here as we're dashing through, just because we're dash chaining. Like what I had mentioned before in terms of dash chaining, Amei looks like he's getting enough distance per dash to make it worthwhile. If you're being a little too fast on 9S's dashes, then it might not be as optimal. Or if you're doing them too fast or too slowly, it might not be as worthwhile. But the objective is to still get as much distance per dash as you possibly can. So making your way to Resistance Camp. Unlike A ending, there's no discovery cutscene, so you can just run all the way to an enemy. and just pick up the quests in the same order as we normally would. So here, you can either choose to go to the weapons trader first or the supply trader first. It's important that you accept the weapons dealer request first, and then you accept the supply trader's request first. Or second, sorry. Just because of the extra dialogue that you get as a result of the supply trader's request completing. So here, this is what I mean. So when you accept the quest here, agree to help, supply trader's request accepted, dialogue happens, and you now have one less side quest to do. That's because of the materials that we collected in A ending. So the reason why we pick up the weapons dealer request first is because of that extra dialogue that we experience. If you were to do it like the other way around, then you would get that dialogue when trying to speak with the weapons trader. So it's better to pick up the weapons trader quest first, then the supply trader's quest first, is what I'm trying to say.
The Resistance is a valuable ally to your house. By helping them, we also
So here it's the same path as 2B. We could just go on through. Amei is still using Bare Fist here, but again, you could still use the short sword that 9S has. One sort of important thing to distinguish here is that you will encounter at least one of these medium flyers, so it's important just to not take too much damage from him, but you can still get hit, which is a bit of a downside. So because we don't have that other resistance camp quest to do, we can just run right back to the resistance camp. So one difference that we have here, in B ending is that when we're entering or re-entering the resistance camp, instead of going directly to the quest givers and like the supply trader guy and the weapons guy, we're instead going to the door, because the door is much more interesting than what 210 has to say. So we're just gonna interact with the door. And Amei does this a little bit out of order, but the point is still the same. He's doing his buys now instead of later. So just to walk through the buys that he's doing, he's selling, so he's interacting with the chip vendor because that's the only vendor that he has access to. He's selling his 8 machine cores, and he's selling his HP gauge and minimap. Those are important for only Tom plus 6. For Tom plus 3, you can keep those. And what he's gonna buy is Mirage and all of the chip storage. And then turn in the quests. So, like I said, he did these a little bit out of order than what I would do. I would go from the door to the mysterious lady, and then the mysterious lady to turn in the remainder of the quests. Now, what Amei is going to do here at the weapons dealer shop is, now that he has the materials for... Ooh, he doesn't have enough for VC3, but he would have enough for VC3 if he was aiming for VC3. So instead, he's going to be using Virtuous Contract level 2, but he had to check anyway. You can either choose to do that in A ending at Pascal's village or before Grun, but generally it's easier if you do it in B ending here, mostly because you have fewer money problems. If you were to try and upgrade to VC3 too early, then you might actually run out of money in other parts. That's something that I didn't mention earlier. So one reason that we're not really caring about money in B ending is because we have way too much money at this point. We have way more than enough money to carry us all the way through B ending effectively. So once we get sent off to the desert here, Amei is going to change weapons to Virtuous Contract level 2 or level 3 if you had it, and he's also going to equip Mirage. He's also going to equip weapon attack up +6, or 2 weapon attack up +6s, and a ranged attack up +6. That's really the only amount of space that you have. The objective for Taunt +3, if I can pull that up here, would be for weapon attack up +6, so we have that. We have another weapon attack up +6, range attack up +6, so that's This would be Taunt +6 or Taunt +3, and you also have Resilience still equipped. The difference between Taunt +6 and Taunt +3 routing is that part of your taunt space, effectively this much, is used up by your system chips when using Taunt +3. In Amei's case, he is using Taunt +6 and he doesn't have those system chips equipped. So he's able to get away with a larger chip for taunt at the expense of less information on screen. That's one of the trade-offs for Taunt +6 over Taunt +3. It's worth mentioning to also, at this point, re-equip your minimap or skill gauge that you had unequipped in A ending if you are running with Taunt +3. Okay, moving on. So, getting out of Resistance Camp is a little bit different than A ending. You can choose, there's a couple different ways of doing this. You can either choose, hold on, like that. So you can either choose to go, you can either choose to go down here and run around to the animals next to the broken overpass here and try to bait one, or you can go directly to the barricade across the way and use a bait to get to the enemy, or to get to the animals. So the other way in getting to the animals outside of Resistance Camp is by hanging a left and going along the path here. You can get a lift and pod launch onto the building here. You will have to ledge grab up here if you don't want to use Mirage, because we want to use a Mirage or just a pod spin and a pod launch to get across right there. And to get the attention of the animals, we can just use an animal bait and interact with the animal and get on. It looks like Amei is just going around the right-hand side here, so it's a little bit of a safer strategy, but it's the same strategy altogether. Right. Amei also goes for the enemies that are out in this sort of direction here, instead of doing the ones that are close to the barricade. So here Amei is going to use his final animal bait on a moose. The moose is somewhat important. It's a little more important than getting a boar, just because you can use, I think he's going to do it in this one, but he's going to try and do desert barricade skip with a moose. So we'll get a chance to see that. But the path is effectively the same. We don't have to stop off at the desert trader in order to get materials, and we don't need to clip out of bounds to head to the desert barricade here. We just take the same path with the moose. You can, so just in terms of like super minor pathing, you can try and go over this rock, but at the expense of possibly getting the moose to stumble. But at the same time, when going down this, So Amei kind of messed that up in terms of the pathing. So what Amei does on the pathing is going down next to the rocks and trying to get the moose to continue sprinting. The more optimal way that we used to do back in the day was that there's 2 rocks here and sort of a crevice between the two. What you want to do is aim the moose right for that crevice and just continue on along the wall. So that way you don't, in that case, like with Amei's moose here, he's sprinting, and then he's not sprinting, and then he has to sprint again. If you were to go through the center between the 2 rocks in the shade here, you wouldn't experience that. So you would be able to just continue running as the moose all this way. So just as a demonstration here of the pathing, I'm going to go over the rock on this side here and down through the center, and the moose remains sprinting all this time.
For all of our brave androids fighting on the surface. Currently, our struggle against the
So here, just running to the desert barricade here. I don't believe... Does Amei try and do a moose clip? I forget. I think he does, yeah. So the objective of moose clip desert barricade is just to get the moose into this sort of jumpy state and just clip the moose out of bounds. How he gets into that state is by jumping up on these rocks here and trying to get enough height, so sort of sprinting onto this rock and then aiming to jump sort of in this direction. That gets you enough of the height that you need while sprinting to get up there, but let's go through this a little bit slower here. The jump that he's trying to make, you can kind of see this in reverse here, but he's getting up onto, oops, that's a little bit blurry. I'm sorry for Amei's compression, but there's a rock that's like right here. So he's on that rock, but he's wanting to jump sort of up and to the left here. So that way, when he goes and gets enough height, he gets the moose kind of stuck in, like on top of the barricade. So now that the moose is in this sort of like falling state, the moose can kind of maneuver in some respects. You can try and clip down through the barricade in sort of the down left position, in sort of the same direction that Amei is looking right now. Or you can try and clip the moose through the left side of the barricade by going sort of in the other direction. And so that's what Amei does in this. So he's sort of positioning. This would be the position for, oops, where is it? There. So this is sort of the position that you would use to clip on the right-hand side that we're looking at right now, where the moose is sort of aiming this direction and trying to clip through the barricade, but instead Amei is going to try and do on the right side. So what you can try, or on the left side, what you can try and do is just sort of slide the moose around. It looks pretty funky in game, but he's trying to aim the moose in this direction here. So that way, when he clips through the barricade, he lands onto the ground out of bounds. And then he clips through, turns around, and heads back inbounds. So even though there's this, even though there's, so he sort of does a 90 degrees to the left and comes up to this wall here. What he wants to do is, instead of going and staying out of bounds like you would as 2B, you can just hang a left and go right back and go directly back in bounds, because as 9S, you don't have to worry about the discovery cutscene for Desert. So you could just ride the moose, quite literally all the way to Don Burrows for Stupid Rock. So in the event that you can't do or don't want to do moose clip with Desert Barricade, you can just dash over here as 9S, and you come to the Desert Barricade. 9S cannot do Desert Barricade skip from the right-hand side, so you have to do it from the left-hand side. The angle that you want to aim for is sort of in this sort of direction, but you need to do it from the top of your double jump to get through. So jump, jump, dash through, and you should be good to go. So you just turn around and you can get back onto the path. Now, as 9S, because you're on foot, you can either choose to go, you can either choose to continue down the path inbounds, or you continue down the path out of bounds. It's recommended if you're on foot to just continue out of bounds, because that way you still get access to the desert trigger. So if you look on my minimap, I just now hit the trigger, and you can just turn around when you get the trigger and just dash through the sand to get to your objective. So here it's just about beelining all the way to Dawn, or the machine that burrows. So here it's important that you jump off of the moose, and Amei tried to do a pod launch into the trigger for it, but if you do end up riding the moose directly into the trigger for the next area, the moose will try to like turn around and whatever. But the gist is still the same. You want the trigger for the machine to dive under the sand and appear there. You can kind of get 9S down if you're like really walking down to about this area here before the machine dives into the sand, and then just try to like slow walk in this direction. But because Amei was a little bit farther back, he didn't really have that opportunity to. So here, it's a bit of a weird cutscene. I've noticed that, like, as you're approaching this here, the cutscene, which is sort of like right in front of Amei, as you're approaching that, you can run into it, and then as the screen turns black, you can let go of the direction on your controller and just hold B to skip. For some reason, if you're like holding any other input and you hold B to skip at the same time, then it won't like register that the cutscene is attempted to be skipped for some reason. So you have to waste your time trying to hold B to skip. What ends up happening here is that if you so Amei is holding forward. Screen turns black, he lets go and holds B to skip, and he skips the cutscene much, much, much faster than you would otherwise if you were trying to hold, like, forward to skip. Hold forward on the skip to just keep moving forward and try to hold B to skip. It's a bit of a weird cutscene. So here we want to do 9S Desert Barricade skip. This is, I honestly, I confess, I haven't done much. I haven't exactly done the greatest amount of research in this skip, but for some reason it works. So allow me. So in contrary to 2B's Desert Barricade skip, which would be going up like this here to clip out like up there on the building. Instead, we're going to use these rocks off to the left here as 9S. So you can also do this as 2B, but it's more that 9S doesn't have a plunge that we're doing this skip in this way. So what you're able to do is just jump and get a lift, or lift and then jump, so that way you're on height with sort of this sort of shape in the rock, like right about here, and then just dashing through off to the left. So you can see Amei sort of goes and dashes into the rock. Because there's an invisible wall directly in front of him, he's able to use the rock as sort of a position to clip through with. So he jumps, or lifts, jumps, and then dashes to the left and clips through the rock into the wall. So that's sort of the first part to get out of bounds here. The next part here, you can either choose to go, there's two doors here. One of them, yeah, you can kind of see here. So this on the right-hand side is a door that you can just run right through and just kind of go through there. Or there's another door right here, and you can go through it and then hook around to the right and continue on this way to where you want to clip. Two different methods, depends on which way you want to go. So Amei goes through the door on the left, he turns right, there's this other door, and this is sort of the out of bounds area that you want to be clipping from. So once you get through this door here, whoops, okay, so from the top we clip through the wall here, go through the door. The area is still the same, so you could just continue heading straight here, but the object is so that way you get to this sort of area in this corner. So, in this corner here, the sand kind of like goes down into a slant here. I can't exactly draw that, but you know what I mean. This is sort of the highest point in this room, and we're going to use that to clip out of bounds. Although, what Amei's gonna do here is try to get some form of a lineup. That, to be honest, I don't exactly know what the lineup is. It's more it's more to do with a feeling, if I were to be perfectly honest. So thankfully Amei messed that up for me, but it's a little bit easier if you're using Podfire as like a measuring unit. So you can try to line up this side of the pod fire reticle with the wall. Oh hey, it's this lineup? I know, right? Like, this is how much research that I've done into this shit. It's like I don't even know what the lineup is. I just know what it's silly. Maybe I can pull that up in game and just kind of demonstrate that, because to be honest, I'm not entirely comfortable. We can delete it, I know, right? Like, it's really silly. Yeah, I agreed. So one thing with this clip is that because it's with a pod launch, it's not exactly like a science kind of thing. It's more, like I said, just a feeling. So again, with this cutscene here, it's a bit of a weird one where if I'm holding forward, I'm not able to hold B to skip. But if I let go, then I'm able to hold B to skip. So just coming down the sand here.
It is the ruin of a former human residential area. Large numbers of humans resided in such concrete and metal shelters. The structures were referred to by names
So what we're aiming
such as
for is this rock on the left
I wonder
here.
why they insisted on living in such large groups. Things must have been really dangerous around here.
So in order to get out of bounds here with the rock, I can just continue through there. You can jump at the top of the lift and get the height that you need, and then dash through with the amount of height that you need out of the jump. The one door here on my right, we can continue through and just keep heading straight, and you'll get to that one corner that we need to clip out through. If I turn back around while staying out of bounds, there's this other door. You can continue here, turn right, and just head straight. So this leads to this one corner here, and you kind of notice how the sand is like really slanted. This is that highest point in the room here. So I don't, the lineup that we were talking about with the left side of the pod fire reticle being lined up with the wall, we can try that. Again, the angle is a little bit lenient in a way, but there we got out of bounds. So this is the position that we would need to be in order to go up a floor. I believe. Yeah, so here we can climb the floors. I was actually down a little bit one there, but there's a little bit of a slope that you need to climb once you're actually in that building on, I forget exactly what floor that is, but there is a slope that you can climb. We'll see it in Amei's video. But there's a slope that you can climb to get on here and continue down into Atom Pit. Now, the frustrating part with this clip is that sometimes you'll end up, like, out here. You might be aiming too far right if you end up out here. So, maybe we can try and demonstrate that. But like I said, this isn't an exact science, so you will more than likely mess this up. So, like I said, you can try and line up with the left side pod program reticle while moving straight, and look at that, I got that. Again, if you're not quick on the jump in after the pod launch, you will fall to the void like that. If you also notice that 9S is like sand sliding, you want to avoid him from sand sliding. Also, yeah, the camera is kind of bad. You can try to... So here I'm looking down. This is, or I'm pulling the camera down. This is completely useless, but you can try to keep the camera at about 9S's head here. So here, if I try to aim maybe a little too far right here and try to get back, yeah, there. So this is like what we saw in Amei's video where he aimed a little too far right and ended up sort of inside the building, but still out of bounds. You can still technically recover from that and just get back into the room with the corner and the sand slide. But worst case scenario, you end up outside like this and you need to do the clip again, like that. So just one more time, left side pod reticle, holding forward. And you might need to play around with the angle a little bit. I like to either hold jump or dash to my left when the pod launch clips through. But otherwise you can just lift once and then dash back out. You'll kind of see, oh, maybe I'm one floor too low, but you'll see that there's no sand sort of hill here. If there is none, just sort of pull, go up another floor and then go back far enough, and this is about the same point that you would be at with 2B, where you're climbing that one sand hill and you end up at the top of the dune here. So if I go and if we switch back to Amei's video here, oh, that's the wrong direction. Okay, so so here he's on the approach, clipping through the rock, going out of bounds, and getting into the corner. So Amei's positioning is a little bit too far right. So again, he ended up clipping through on his right-hand side instead of just going straight through, but he still remained out of bounds. So he's able to recover and just walk back through the door and get back into position here. And so just like that. So if we just go back for a split second here, the one that he was looking for, so here. So right about here is the edge of the building here, and he was aiming slightly to the right. I don't exactly know which direction forward Amei was holding on that, but we can assume that he was aiming forward. But getting the key is just getting the left-hand side of the pod reticle mostly in line with that vertical black part of the wall. So once we clip through, you'll see that that 9S like really shoots forward on this, and so what Amei does is just hold or just dash onto the platform below him. What you can try and do at the same time is like, if you were really trying to go for speed, instead of like jumping onto this platform that he's standing on right, or the floor that he's standing on right now, you can try and like jump up onto the floor above him, so that way you don't have to spend the time lifting up and then lifting up again to get onto the next floor. Or I think he made it onto the right floor. Anyway, at least that's the first half of Desert Housing Skip. So the next half of 9S Desert Housing Skip is getting the trigger that we need for the pit to spawn. So this, it's a little bit more difficult with no minimap, but it's still doable. You just need to make sure that you have enough distance. I actually kind of prefer at about this point here, making sure that I have another jump with me. So that's just, you jump as 9S and you hold jump and you continue with your dashing. So that way you make sure when you're long jumping effectively as 9S, you still have one reserved jump, which is more than what you would have otherwise. You can also do this if you, when you're landing as 9S from here. So if you're landing onto this platform here, you can technically hold A during this portion, but it's still a little bit risky in my opinion, just because you're also trying to make a long jump. So, but suffice it to say, the point is that you want to be long jumping through here, so that way you get, yeah, and I think Amei just did that. So you want to be long jumping to the point that you get that trigger, which is in the out of bounds area, in order to get the trigger that you need, and then turn around to get back onto the platform. So you can see here that Amei is going out of bounds, and when he reaches the edge of the platform that he's on and goes towards the trigger area, he has his jump reserved, and so he just falls off, pod spins, jump, pod spin, and right about here you would get the trigger. So what Amei does is turn back around and goes on to, or tries to aim for the platform here. If you feel like you don't have enough jumps, or if you don't have enough distance, you can try and do light attacks. I believe you can do like 3 light attacks per chain. I might be wrong on that with VC2, but the point is that you can try and use at least, you can try and use the most amount of your tools in your toolbox to the best of your ability. So you can try and do like pod spin, light, or light, and then dash to try and make it onto the to the platform. If you don't, then you might just fall out of bounds, or you fall into the pit. There are ways of recovering from that, but we won't be covering that just yet. Or in this tutorial, at least. So what Amei also does is take advantage of... So he doesn't have any more jumps left over, but what he does end up doing is doing a marquee pod launch, where he's spamming jump, light attack, and pod fire all at the same time, so that way you can use a pod launch when you actually don't have any jumps left. And so with that, he's able to make it onto the platform. So again, also he makes it with a few light attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4. All just to get onto the platform, and now we're actually in Atom Pit, ready to go. So the same thing applies here in as in A ending. Instead, we already have all the damage that we really need, so the objective is to just taunt and melee attack the enemies, or damage glitch, whichever you prefer. You can damage glitch these enemies as 9S, but in some cases you just deal way too much damage for it to really matter, just because if you have Taunt plus 3 or Taunt plus 6, you deal stupid amounts of damage, along with the chips that we have equipped as well. That being said, you can choose to buff at this point, just as like a safety net, and I believe the E-ending guide suggests buffing. Because if you do end up getting hit by these guys while they are taunted with both Taunt plus 3 and Taunt plus 6, if you are not buffed, they will more than likely kill you. But the objective is still the same. Kill as many enemies as you possibly can, so that way you can get materials, money, and XP out of it. This is also a good point to mention how to damage glitch as 9S, because it's a little bit different as in comparison to 2B. We honestly haven't had to fight anything at this point as 9S yet. We have other videos in greater detail on how to damage glitch as 9S, but the gist of it is that you want to jump so that way you're midair, and then dash and light attack in the same inputs as you would with 2B damage glitching. So you jump, dash, light for damage glitching. You can also include that with like weapon swapping or slow-mowing or taunting, or rather, and taunting. You will be needing all the damage that you could possibly get out of this. So you can just see those enemies like blowing up and destroying, or being destroyed by Amei's damage glitches, which is amazing. It's still worthwhile to get the SD out as 9S. That being said, even though Adam is level 1, he can still hurt you, like, a lot, and even more so if you're careless and you stay on 1 HP. Here, Amei chooses to use a buff, or a medium recovery, but he doesn't necessarily have to. You'll notice that Adam is level 1. You don't necessarily need to buff, but it is important just to be mindful and not take damage. Like, you don't need weapon attack up, you don't need ranged attack up. If you're really not comfortable with it, then you can try and use like a melee defense or a ranged defense just in case, but keep in mind Adam shouldn't necessarily be a problem just because you deal so much damage to him, because for some reason the game puts him as lower level. So here, you can either, it's recommended to just pod fire, because you actually don't have your lasers equipped, you have Mirage equipped. And again, damage glitch him down, easy peasy. If you do end up getting hit like that, Amei was not buffed, he could very easily have killed Amei if he was not at full HP. So for some of these lifts here, it's actually better just to not use Mirage, even though Mirage would give you more height. You don't necessarily need that extra height for some of these jumps. Mirage jumping we will get into later at City Engels. So box clip is the same, or yeah, box clip is the same as we do in A ending, pushing the box 2.5 times to get through. And then making our way out to the save point, save circle as 9S. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to finish all this. So here, the same strategy as in A ending, making sure that you don't go back to the resistance camp. And just making our way to the amusement park. It is worth mentioning here, instead of going up the route as you do as 2B and then plunging down, sometimes the best of us forget that 9S doesn't have a plunge, so that pathway is not as worthwhile as 9S, so it's just easier to dash along the way and just go across the ground. Like so. Behold, dash chaining on the ground. These enemies shouldn't be that big of a problem. They're mostly passive at this point in the game. They shouldn't be actively attacking you. So as 9S, you actually want to go down into the sewer. You can hold SD to go down, so that way 9S doesn't inadvertently grab the ladder. The trigger that we're actually looking to get here is halfway, or at least a little bit more than halfway up the manhole, I guess, with the ladder. And it's not as fast as 9S to go the same path that we did in A ending to go back around. So here is B ending park discovery for 9S, where you still need a double lift and Mirage in order to get over. And what we're going to do is, because we have that save point, let's get a frame here. So because we have this save point here in Amusement Park, we're actually able to save load, and we get positioned back at the save point that we picked up all the way back in A ending when getting Spear. But because we are actually doing a Mirage jump here, I misspoke. Because we needed Mirage, I believe, actually, I don't think we need Mirage in order to make this jump. You can probably do it just without Mirage, but if you need that extra height, you can. But the objective of a Mirage jump is just to use it at the top of your lift, so that way when you're just about to come out of the Mirage, you jump, so that way you get a little bit of extra height that you otherwise wouldn't get. So just one more time. Lift, lift, Mirage, jump. And Amei pod spins across the trigger, save loads, and away you go. So once he save loads, he gets back into the amusement park, and he dashes over to this, I don't exactly know what this is, but a sort of four-wheeled thing. And what he's aiming for is just to do a pod launch sort of in this direction, at least lining up with that line. It's a relatively easy pod launch. You don't really need to think too much about the angle, but the path that we're going to take is a little bit more complicated. So because we ended up with a pod launch, we ended up out here, and he's turning around pretty drastically here and ending up sort of in this direction. So the objective here is basically just to head straight through this here. because there's a set of like double doors. I can't draw double doors, I'm sorry, but you basically just run right through those double doors and you don't get the trigger. If you were to go off to the left or off to the right, then you end up getting, you either miss or you don't get Let's Play trigger. So the objective is just to go straight from here. Just like that. And because 9S is a little bit of a slow boy, we're actually going to take the coaster this time the normal way. You can try, I don't know if it's really worthwhile, but there is an item all the way on the left-hand side of the train station. You can try and get that if you really wanted to, but it's not really worthwhile.
What's this?
Analysis. It is a device
The scariest coaster ride in the world if you taunt, for sure. You can use your taunt on this ride, but do keep in mind you don't want to open your buff menu, so not taunting is preferred. Mostly because these enemies can actually do a number on you, and you're just wasting your recoveries at that point. So any enemy that has a weapon like this biped or the medium biped that spawns right now, you do not want to taunt those enemies just because of the fact that they do have a weapon. They can kill you, especially this medium biped. If you taunt him, even with taunt plus 3, you will die. With taunt plus 6, you can take advantage of a bit of a silly trick here and effectively die and skip the cutscene, but it's not really a worthwhile trick to go for. Is it with taunt plus 6? I think it's with taunt plus 6. It might be a very hard strat, I forget. But the point is that we're now in Beauvoir, and we get to do immense damage to her. You can use a defense buff here, but if you feel comfortable not using one, then you don't need to, just because you can damage Beauvoir very, very quickly. Oh, it is very hard? Okay, gotcha. Forget what I said about the thing on the coaster. So here is 9S, you can do the hack relatively easily. There is a little bit of a trick here, so when you kill this hacking target thing, and you start to see this static, so this static is sort of a transition cutscene kind of thing. You actually can skip this, surprisingly. So you could skip this, as Amei does right here. That eliminates having to see like the white background with those two machines. I forget exactly who's talking, but between the two machines, you skip having to see that cutscene, and it just plops you down in front of Beauvoir. So full speed here, you kill the objective, you pause skip, and then it just places you back into the arena without having to view an extra cutscene. So that's a little bit of a time save. You can skip this cutscene, and now you're back in Beauvoir fighting the bodies. The strategy is a little bit different here. I kind of like just going around and light attacking these with pod fire, but you can buff up, ranged attack buff up, and just go around and fight these things. They're level 1. They don't take too much to kill. Beauvoir is one of those bosses that you actually get to damage a hell of a lot, just because she doesn't really do much to attack you, so you can take advantage of that extra time and either try to double damage glitch as 9S, or just let those damage glitches go and have her melt with both taunt plus 3 and taunt plus 6. So here, the difference between A-ending Beauvoir and B-ending Beauvoir is that when you kill her, because you don't need to self-destruct, you can just pause skip this cutscene, and that puts you into the dialogue mashing section here. So we're just skipping through the dialogue here. And once you finish that, you can skip this cutscene, and it delivers you into the theater here as 9S. So, like in A ending, you can try and do the same door skip that we saw earlier. So, Amei's going to get the trigger here off of the bodies and try to get it as 9S. So, slowing down the opening of the doors. You can actually just dash right through as 9S, which is kind of surprising. Because he's just that fast when dashing, but if we were to play that back at real time, the objective is still the same, to slow down the doors enough so that way you can get up to it and then just dash right through. The angle is somewhat precise, but as 9S it's a little bit easier. So because 9S he doesn't have any weapons when attacking or when doing movement here, we don't really care. It's quite literally just dash chaining. This is a bit of a you can choose two different paths here. You can choose to go along the same path that we saw in A ending, going around and through, following the normal path with the machine, or as 9S you can go straight here, and we want to be ending up going to one of these sort of side paths along the main street of the amusement park, and you'll see what I mean here with lamp skip. So it's a little bit difficult to see on the stream. Yeah, wow, that is a lot of height. So that is lamp skip, and if we go back a little bit here, what you're aiming for is, oh god, you really can't see it. Maybe we could see it in game. So we could just continue through here. So the path that Amei was taking down here, it is a little bit easier to see here. As you can see, it's a little dark. So the thing that Amei is getting the double lift off of is, let me get this. Hold on. Is this. So that sort of upturned, like, patio stone kind of thing is what we're using to get the double lift off of. I kind of like going here. I don't have Mirage equipped. So you can kind of see how this is like a little up here, but you can get a bit of a double lift to get up on top of there. So sometimes those enemies do aggro to you. You do need to be careful if you are actually performing a run here. So you can get a double lift, as we saw. You can kind of get it on this side as well, but I kind of prefer doing it out here. And then, oh right, yeah, it's a pod launch, or yeah, a pod launch after that. You need to do, what is it? It's lift, mirage, jump, pod launch, and then double pod spin to get up there. So Amei stops, gets the lift, mirage, jump, pod launch, and double pod spin across. The alternative to that is really just going around the normal way. I can't get enough height here, but quite literally just going the normal way out here and grabbing the ladder. Unfortunately, 9S doesn't have enough height to get up and out to about here. But suffice it to say, the lamp skip is a little bit of a more advanced trick. It's not, it doesn't save particularly too much time. It's mostly just a trick that is a little bit more skillful. So now we're just running to Pascal's village here. The same thing applies, hold on. The same thing applies as an A ending. The only difference is that instead of experiencing Pascal's village discovery cutscene, you experience Adam and Eve cutscene. So this particular cutscene you can skip when the white fades, and then it just plops you back down here. You can kill the messenger for a little bit of free XP. So the same strategy is going to apply here in B ending as it did in A ending, where we want to save at the Transporter, talk to Pascal, and Deathwarp at Resistance Camp. So because we're as 9S and his dash is a little bit faster, we're able to surprisingly just clip. So you can do like a half push or a single push with this box and just pod launch through the thing. But instead of getting an animal, because we don't have any more animal baits, we're actually just going to run directly to the resistance camp.
Our maintenance team filed a complaint about how you treat your flight unit.
So just moving along here. And because 210's dialogue is significantly shorter than 6.0's dialogue, we actually don't need to interact with the door. However, it is worth mentioning that it's a little bit easier for Amei's video here in taking advantage of Taunt plus 6, just because he will be using Taunt plus 6 to die at the hand of one of these medium bipeds to effectively insta-kill him. So once we get the objective from an enemy, we can run out to the enemies out in front of resistance camp to Deathwarp. It is worth mentioning, though, if you don't have VC3, you can check VC3 with this guy now. Alternatively, you can check VC3 when you get to Pascal's village. Whichever. The earlier the better, because more damage now means that you'll get that damage later on in C ending and the rest of B ending. So if we just skip through and get to the front of resistance camp here, we want this medium biped, or at least one of these medium bipeds, to help us. Because with Taunt plus 3 and Taunt plus 6, these enemies deal significantly more damage to us, we can taunt that enemy and then just pause. So you'll see Amei do that. He's taunted, pause, skills, and unequip his weapon set, and get sent to critical HP, and effectively just die. So Amei used the taunt of Taunt plus 6 to get hit by the enemy and die. At the same time, he unequipped his chips, so that way he doesn't have to run back to the resistance camp and equip his chips, or pick up his chips. So he gets the benefit of not needing to be on 1 HP when dying, and keeping his chips at the same time. It's important when doing that you don't lose your chips, because otherwise you would have to go all the way back to resistance camp and pick up your body. The safer strategy for this would be to self-destruct before getting to this enemy and just being on 1 HP. At the same time, unequipping your chips so that way you don't lose them. Now, the thing is that you have to remember to re-equip your chips once you have respawned in Pascal's village. Because if you don't re-equip your chips, then you'll only notice that when you're actually fighting City Engels, and you'll be losing damage and thus losing time.
Operator to 9S. Emergency transmission incoming. We've detected a Goliath-class enemy inside the city room.
So here we see Amei. He's re-equipping his chips. Everything's fine. He has enough damage to get his way through City Engels in a quick manner. So this path is quite literally the same as A ending, except we don't need to pick up that transporter, so we could just head directly to City Engels. So we just gotta go right on through. So here, this is where 9S may or may not shine in terms of City Engels here. Again, the same hole that we want to go through as we did with A ending. It's about the same angle and the same timing, although thankfully Amei got it in A ending but didn't get it in B ending. So the backup strategy, if you do end up missing this, is just to get on top of this rock and do a double lift with a mirage jump at the very top and just getting over the hill, or getting over the wall. This rock can kind of be a little bit of a pain to double lift off of. You can technically do it with a single lift, though I would highly recommend doing a double lift with a mirage jump to get over. It just takes a little bit of practice, and the backup, this double lift backup isn't terribly difficult. It's just, once you get the hang of mirage jumping, it's not very difficult. So lift, lift, mirage, jump. And so when he's jumping, you can hold the direction that you want to jump in. So in that case, he's holding hard left in order to get over the wall. So Amei did have some of those Volt Salves in his inventory. He ends up using them. You can technically save those Volt Salves, but if you don't want them in your inventory, sometimes it's better. Here, we're actually using melee attack up and ranged attack up to finish off City Engels. Amei gets 1 and 2 pod programs off, and then melees down City Engels. I think he had the wrong pod equipped or something. But yeah, City Engels should be able to easily be taken down there as long as you have your chips equipped. If you don't have your chips equipped, you will notice immediately, because City Engels will not die within 2 pod programs. If you're doing more than 2 pod programs, then you either forgot to buff or you forgot to equip your chips. Next comes my favorite part in B ending, where 9S gets to say no thank you to Alan and Steve, or Adam and Steve, Adam and Eve, sorry.
We can end this long and arduous war once and for all. Our intel team is hard at work attempting to analyze the source of the signal.
So getting down here is really just a matter of dash chaining, avoiding the enemies and getting down here as fast as you possibly can. We're just gonna skip on through and start start negotiations. So when negotiations starts, you can hold pod fire just to start the dialogue a little bit faster for Adam at this point. So once Adam is done talking, the first thing that you want to do is open your pause menu and go into the Intel tab. In Intel, you want to go to picture books and activate the picture book in your inventory. That picture book, when you maybe I can just explain this. So what happens is that when you go to your inventory, Intel, picture books, Spirit of Fire, you have to accept it. The cutscene starts, and then you hold B to skip, and then you back out of the menu, and it skips the dialogue of negotiations. Then you skip the cutscene, and you dialogue mash. That skips you having to wait through the dialogue and just fight negotiations.
Stop complaining.
2B, this is Operator 60. We now have an operational
Because we already have the 3 titanium alloy chests, we don't need to stop by and get it. So we can just continue to dash all the way through this tunnel. Activating Jackass is exactly the same here. You just need to either jump high enough on the ladder or you touch the ladder. Same thing, go to bunker. Same thing as an A ending. It is worth mentioning, though, I just skipped over it. So when you get into this transporter, I even forgot about it, you need to hold B to skip this picture book. So here, when getting and talking to Commander here, same way to escape the bunker. You can either mirage jump out of there, or you can do the same strategy of activating the elevator, lift, jump, and out you go. Same dialogue skip. It might be worthwhile to picture book that, but I don't remember. So the next destination we want to make is to Pascal's village. This is finally where we buy more stuff to finish off B. Oops, this way. So when you get out of the transporter, same thing as A ending, you talk to Pascal, second to last option. That accepts the main quest, and down to the vendor here. This is where you can very quickly go through these buys. Let me pull them up here. With you want to have about 50-ish buffs to go through the rest of B ending. It's okay if you have a little bit over. You have plenty of cash to go through everything. You'll notice that Amei ends up maxing out his medium recoveries. That's okay, but if you don't have enough money, like in this scenario here, if you don't have enough money for Virtuous Contract level 3, then you do need to keep that in mind. It's 5,000 gold. So if you do end up maxing out on your medium recoveries, you need to keep in mind that you need enough for VC3. In this scenario, Amei ends up being like 900 gold short, but he has the materials for VC3. But yeah, so ideally Amei would have gone back and bought VC3 from that vendor just for a little bit more damage, but I think he'll only realize that like after A2. But ideally, the earlier that you buy VC3, the better. So going through, we transported to City NieR Tower and making our way to the commercial facility for fighting the 4 machines. This fight also demonstrates a little bit of a difference, again, like the other fights as 9S, the difference between Taunt plus 3 and Taunt plus 6. These machines do hurt when you're fighting as 9S, so keep that in mind. Your HP should still be at 100% basically all the time. There should be no reason why your HP is not at 100%, because any of these enemies can kill you very quickly when taunted.
You're getting distracted.
Fortunately, with Taunt, you're actually able to take that last medium biped down very quickly as well. Same thing as A ending, really just as 9S and with more damage. So, Forest is a little bit of a different story in B ending. The triggers for some of these cutscenes are a little bit different. Amei doesn't even turn the camera to get that, but okay. Instead of being Forest Discovery right here, what ends up happening is that the cutscene that you need is a little bit further into the forest here, past the waterfall. You can just double jump and either pod spin, dash, whichever, to hop into that cutscene. These cutscenes are a little bit interesting just because I honestly don't even know the timing, but it's more like you can wait like 1 or 2 seconds when those cutscenes hit, and then just pause skip and make your way in there. Or to pause skip the cutscene. So something that Amei doesn't actually display here is 9S transporting back to the to Pascal's village. Maybe we can show that in a little bit here, but what Amei ends up doing is just running through the forest as you would as 2B, but because you're as 9S, you don't have that faster movement, and you don't have that, or the faster movement of spear dashing, and you don't have a plunge, so you end up actually spending way more time running here than you would if you were to skip to Pascal's village. So this is the long way. I'll show you the short way in just a little bit here. So here, what we're looking for is, again, that cutscene. So here, let's show that in game. So making our way through to forest here.
Looks like the forest is just ahead.
So again, like we said, with the cutscene here for forest discovery, so you just wait. I usually wait until like the camera starts moving a little bit. That's when you can pause skip that cutscene. But in terms of going through the forest
These
here,
machines. They were talking about a king, right? I saw what looked to be a castle further in. Maybe we should take a look.
so what you can end up doing is, oops, Pascal's village, good. So what you can end up doing with Pascal's village here, so even though you're in forest, and you just came from Pascal's village, we're actually transporting back to Pascal's village, and we're gonna end up clipping out of bounds at Pascal's village to make it across the forest to the castle a little bit faster than if we were to just run there. So what we're looking for is being at about where 9S is standing here, and we're going to try and lift and just dash through like that. So the point is, so that way you are, maybe I can draw this, but you're ending up, or you're starting out at this corner here, and you're lifting up, and then trying to be, in a way, sort of parallel to the rest of the circle in Pascal's village, so that way you can kind of clip out on one of these side things between the invisible wall and the circular part of the structure, and to try and clip out of bounds with that. I try and just kind of hold hard right when I'm lifting and pod launching, but you can try and, so just do it back here, lift, jump, hold right. Sometimes you will end up back in bounds, or you won't end up clipping out. But if you see 9S trying to like, or at least kind of freezing like mid-air, you're relatively close. You can try also like doing a double lift or something. But the object is to try and lift and go around. I forget exactly if you need like too much height or something. There. So trying to aim, I guess more right is encouraged, but if you end up aiming like too far left, then you're not aiming far enough right, is what I'm trying to say. So now that we're out of bounds here, you can either choose to go around in this direction, or you can just go almost like underneath Pascal's village and just try to head straight. The objective is to get to these rocks down here. So you could just dash along here, dash along the top, continue dashing, jump if you need to, and follow the side here, and you reach that same cutscene that we saw Amei get in his video. And once you skip the cutscene, you end up right here. So effectively on the other side of where we just entered that cutscene. Now, if we're reviewing that in video here, just in the cutscene here, I try to look for when the cutscene starts, you see it fade in, and then I'm looking in order to skip this cutscene, I'm looking in the bottom right here, watching the armor meet like the edge of the screen. So right about here is where I would skip. So I can't exactly zoom in on that, but the objective is that there's maybe like there's a very small amount of distance between the edge of this dude's armor down in the corner against like the edge of the game window. Other people might have lineups for it, but other people do it differently. It's more of a timing thing. You can have visual cues for it, but it's not terribly important. So again, we end up on this side. So the objective is just to head straight here. You can slow-mo. It's not necessary, or at least I think you can slow-mo. But just to continue dashing and holding top left in order to make it onto the aqueduct without aggroing those machines. It's important to grab this transporter. We need this transporter for getting to MeatBox. So once we're in the castle, it's relatively easy just to do this on autopilot, especially for me. But you can kind of memorize the jumps and the timings and slow-mo when you need to slow-mo, but just taking the path as quickly as possible through the castle as you can. Here, I actually like to slow-mo. These enemies, they tend to throw out attacks that you can just dash and slow you down with. So climbing the library is actually a lot of fun. You can either choose to mirage jump all of these, or you can just jump or lift and then jump at the top of your lift in order to climb the ladders. Now, for this cutscene here, this is really just a small little detail, but at the very, very top, there's like a chandelier kind of thing. It's a very small chandelier. It's about that size. And what I end up waiting for is for it to, again, meet like the edge of the game window, or at least be very, very close to it. So I wait, yeah, about as where Amei paused for this one. So just to, whoops, so going through the forest here, the library, we climb the first floor onto what would be, so the first floor onto the second floor. This leads up to the third floor, and this is the fourth floor. We reach the fifth floor. Fifth floor, you walk around to the counterclockwise side of that floor, and you end up inside the cutscene. So that cutscene puts you close to the door, then you just do a lift, jump, and you're on. Here you can choose to slow-mo the snake machine. You don't have to, you can just jump over him. So here we're just going to make it to A2 as fast as possible. Again, with a similar strategy as A ending, trying to get no steps going up to the crib. A2 in B ending is a little bit of a hair just because if you let her like escape from your damage glitches, she can kind of avoid them in a way, but because 9S has an easier way of damage glitching than 2B, you can kind of keep her where you need her to be, just with damage glitches. So when she like falls down, that's very beneficial. You can just throw damage glitches over and over and over like this and keep her on the ground. Very simple fight. Don't get hit. Too much, at least. So this is a little bit of a interesting trick for 9S going into, or at least escaping A2, because at the back of the arena you need enough height in order to get up and into, or up and out of the A2 arena, and what you need is a double lift and a mirage, and then jump, and pod launch at the very top. You need to be holding enough of an angle, like top right, in the Mirage, so that way you get enough height and angled up and over, so that way you can pod launch and make it over the invisible wall. If you don't get enough height, then you can sometimes end up not making it over the invisible wall. Should I demonstrate that? I should probably demonstrate that. So, what I'm talking about... So I'm just gonna go up to A2 and damage
Let's
butcher.
go, 9S.
2B?
Bunker to 2B and...
Fastest A2 in my life.
Let's go after her, 2B.
So here, now that we're trying to escape from the arena, again, if we end up too far, then we end up running into the invisible wall, so what we want to do is double lift and double lift. So lift, lift, mirage. I tend to hold top right, so like maybe about 2 o'clock on the joystick, and is that okay? Yeah, perfect. So I can demo this again. So lift, lift, mirage, holding top right. So if you try and dash across, then it's not going to let you, but you need to do the pod launch. So lift, whoops, lift, come on, lift, lift, whoops, lift, mirage, holding top right, pod launch. Okay, so from there, one more time from the top. So, like Amei shows, lift, whoops, lift, lift, mirage, holding. I don't think he holds top right, but he's at least holding left or right. So lift, lift, mirage, holding right, and then jumps and pod launches. But the gist is still the same. You need to get enough height on your mirage jump, so that way you can pod launch, or yeah, pod launch across and over the invisible wall. So where we're gonna be looking here, or where we're going, is Pascal's village. Pascal's village. We're gonna be finishing off the quest and going to Resistance Camp. So just like an A ending, you shoot the children and skip the dialogue. Or I don't think Amei does, but in this case, Amei wants to buy... Oh right, yeah, he sells a little bit to get Virtuous Contract level 3. That's not necessary. I think he made a little bit of a mistake there. The cost of it is only 5,000 gold. and yeah, he has way too much. So he didn't need to sell anything, he could have just bought VC3, but regardless. Transport to Resistance Camp. Away we go. Here, same strategy as in a ending any percent run. You run into the jukebox area, skip the dialogue with jukebox,
Still, machines are the enemy. Don't forget it.
and speak with an enemy. So because we have the transporter in the flooded city, we can just transport to flooded city. Easy peasy. Flooded city, here we get greeted with another Adam and Eve cutscene. Here, you don't need to jump or anything, you could just turn and dash into the cutscene. Once it appears, skip it. So because we're as 9S, for some reason, I don't know why the camera like is turned like this, but what I end up doing is just holding the camera to the right and just being prepared to dash to the right immediately, because if you try and dash forward, you'll just end up closer to the pool of water. So Amei turns the camera and points it straight towards the flooded city, or towards the main area of the flooded city. So here it's just dashing through flooded city, quite easy. It's important that maybe we can get a little bit of a better view, but instead of having to go through like the casual way and going down here, across here, and to the flooded city shore, instead we're just gonna go down and like long jump across to the flooded city shore. So Amei should be able to demonstrate this. That's because we need to preserve the dialogue that we would use to... Oh wait, no, we don't even need to do that. Yeah, anyway. The point is that the long jump is a little bit faster than having to jump across the casual way. Oof, so Amei also took damage there. Again, just demonstrating that like Taunt +6 is a real mean bastard and can kill you very easily. It didn't really have a good strategy to take out that flyer, but oh well. Anyway. Flooded City short fight. As long as you stay buffed and you remain on top of your HP, which is very lucky there, you should be fine. So what Amei was actually turning to here was, in like an A ending, we can use the dialogue that exists on this box sort of area here to skip the commander dialogue and spawn in the flight units, or we can use a picture book. So you picture book, skip the picture book, exit the menu, the flight units spawn in, you skip that cutscene, and you walk into the flight units. That's slightly faster than doing the method that we use in A ending, but does run the risk of potentially soft locking being either on. If you picture book too early, then you might not picture book the correct dialogue, so you want to wait until not when 9S says, I think that's the last of the machines, but you want to picture book Commander's dialogue where she starts with 2B, or she starts saying 2B. If you, I've experienced that if you skip this cutscene with the flyers too quickly, then you end up soft locking, and 9S either walks off to the ocean, or if you try and enter the flight units too quickly, he'll enter the flight unit and then the screen will just go black for some reason. So just keep that in mind when you are picture booking like that. It's sometimes prone to soft locking. Grun, my old friend. A very important thing, I think I didn't mention this earlier, but it's very important to not get into the rhythm of being of thinking your 2B as 9S, because sometimes you'll end up hacking these flyers, and that's not very efficient. So try to refrain from hacking like that, otherwise these Grun would take way longer. But let's just carry on through here, we don't need to see any of this. These are quite literally the same strategies as an A ending. The difference between A ending and B ending Grun, however, is with 9S. 9S has way more damage during Grun, but he cannot melee attack this Goliath flyer. So what we're going to end up doing is buffing up and using a skill salve. That'll give us a faster cooldown time on our pod program. And you can use another pod program before it finishes one attack, and you can kill it pretty quickly. I'm not sure why 9S isn't able to melee attack the Goliath flyer, but he isn't. So you have to rely on those pod programs. But Grun, same old Grun. Core, let me demonstrate this here. Moving up to Grun Core 1, these die very quickly because of ranged attack up and weapon attack up +6. These die way faster, it feels awesome. You do still want to use buffs and pod programs, however you don't need to spend as much time doing those things. So same thing through here, same as A ending. Once you get to the gun here, it is important to know, because you're 9S and you're not 2B here, you can just dash a few times and hack her, or hack the gun. Here, it's actually worthwhile to picture book. I think Amei got that, I'm not quite certain, but there's a line that 2B says that you can picture book there. And then just hack her again, and the cutscene happens. So, pretty simple. Making our way through Grun here. 9S is able to make his way through here. So once this wave is finished, this cutscene happens, you can skip that cutscene, and you get delivered into Grun's, or 9S's version of Grun. Some of these waves you can pod program, we haven't exactly mapped those out, but if you do wish to optimize them, let us know. So here, as the camera's changing rotation here, there's going to be 2 waves. So there's that one wave across the top here, so across the top, and then there's going to be 2 waves coming from the bottom here and from the top here. Or rather, there's another wave like that across the top, but then there's 2 additional waves, like I said, from the top and bottom. And then another across the top, left, and right. What's important here, and that I remember mostly, is that the wave that spawns here with this one small flyer and this other small flyer that spawn in, the only enemy that actually matters is the medium flyer in the center. So you'll see I may take those out first, but in reality all you need to do is take out that middle medium flyer. The pod program will actually kill both smaller flight flying units for you.
Alert. Obstacle ahead.
The missile section here, quite literally, you could just AFK for 10 seconds. Just remember to skip the cutscene. So skipping that cutscene delivers you to Atom hacking. So here you could skip the conversation between the pod, and then you're delivered into this hacking space. This hacking space is kind of unique because it allows you to, at least if you're on PC, you can use to your advantage the WASD controls of the keyboard in order to move faster. And we'll get a chance to see this in here. So when Amei is moving like in a straight line, that's when he's using WASD. And he's dialogue mashing on the controller here. So he's kind of moving from in sort of a zigzag motion, but that's because he's using the vectoring of holding two different directions on WASD, so like W and A or W and D or AS in order to move diagonally in the space and still moving faster than you would if you were just holding a single direction. So this area is pretty simple. I haven't exactly memorized the optimizations for which path to take when using WASD, but it's quite literally just go from point A to point B through the maze. Or quote-unquote maze. It's hard to get lost. In terms of console viability, I don't remember if you can do WASD vectoring on console, but I believe you can do it on... I think my Xbox accepts keyboard input. I forget exactly what that case was. But regardless, this section and then the 9S Deep Factory section fighting Ko-Shi, you get to see WASD movement in hacking as well. That's really the only times that we use it during the run. So it's just a lot of cutscene skipping and dialogue mashing here, really. All the cutscenes that you see Amei skipping are skippable. So here, when we see that 9S is waking up, or in bed, you hold hack. This is really more the only interesting hack that happens. So here, Amei is just holding hack even before the circle appears. Oops. So coming out of the cutscene, he's holding hacks 9S, and moves to the left to continue hacking these memory systems. So coming up here is sort of a tricky timing thing in the hack. So moving off to the left here, you want to make it up into the side here as quickly as you possibly can. So that way, when you get to this position here, there's going to be three hack points that you want to hack in front of you. This one is going to spawn first, this one's going to spawn second, and then this one's going to spawn third. What you want to do is hack the first one when the third one spawns in. So you'll see what I mean, and I believe Amei gets this as well. So he goes to the first position, waits, and gets insta-hack on all three of them. So just to watch that again. So he waits, he's in the first position, the first one spawns, the second one spawns, the third one spawns. Amei presses and holds the hack button, and the first one initiates, the second one initiates, and the third one initiates. It's a bit of a weird trick. We don't exactly know why it works, but it just works. So the objective is to continue holding hack all the way through as long as you can to maintain that state of instant hack. So you'll see on this one that Amei is on right now, he'll instantly hack it when it appears, if he's on it, and if he's holding hack in this state. So in that scenario, I believe he changed inputs from keyboard, or from controller to keyboard, so I believe that messed up the state. So even though on the controller it looked like he was holding hack that whole time, even though he changed to keyboard input, I believe the effect did not work. But you'll see here that he is controlling on keyboard. Again, you want to be going around this circle, holding a diagonal direction, whether it be on keyboard or on mouse, because, or on keyboard and mouse or on controller, because because when you are moving in a diagonal direction, you can you're actually moving faster around the circumference of the circle than if you were just holding left or right. So on controller, it's sort of like a tangential line from the edge of the circle that you want to be holding. On keyboard and mouse, I believe it's like AW or AS to move around the circle. Oh, you hold hack on controller plus move forward, move on keyboard, and let go. Oh, okay. Okay, so if you do it right, you can maintain it if you hold hack on controller and move on keyboard and mouse. I thought it was like an input change thing, is why. So here it's just a matter of getting through these hacks as quickly as possible. It's not very challenging. You do have to keep in mind that after every one of those hacks, you need to accept these two menus that appear. You just make it around the circle. You can go either direction. It really doesn't necessarily matter.
Detected. Yorha unit storage records.
I don't really have an easy way of demoing this, but there's an easy, just to sort of see the change in speed in here, where Amei is moving, but he's moving to the right, and then he all of a sudden gets like a speed boost. That speed boost is what we're looking for when holding a diagonal direction on either the joystick or on keyboard and mouse. On keyboard, sorry.
Detected. Council of Humanity and Project Yorha records.
So this is usually the part of the run where it's just a lot of resting, because you don't really need to do anything here. It's just waiting for dialogue. Here it's actually beneficial to not get hit by those enemies, because if you do get hit, the enemies don't take damage for some reason. So if you're really looking for an optimal strategy, don't get hit. This is just waiting for dialogue. We can skip through this. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so once 9S is up and active, we can cutscene skip. It's kind of weird seeing. I don't think I ever saw that before. Where's the frame of him? Oh, wait. Was it before the... Hold on. Oh, wait. There. 9S is in the hacking pose for some reason. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's weird. I've always seen him like laying down in bed. Okay, anyway. Yeah, so once you gain control of 9S again, run out of bed, head to the right. You want to go to the server room. Going to the server room.
We received a support request from 2B soon thereafter, but have been unable to respond due to poor reception.
I think that if I remember correctly, I think there was a way that AB3 got to this interact thing before the dialogue finished, but I don't exactly remember how. But anyway, you just interact with the terminal and you dialogue mash through. So this is another section where you can use keyboard and mouse control to move faster diagonally. So once you control one of these machines here, you immediately want to turn around and start spamming dash. Dash is surprisingly fast on these machines, and you can, like Amei, make that one cycle where I think you can actually make a pretty good cycle where you skip all the way through. But the objective here, and I don't think Amei waited long enough, but the objective here is to make it to the end of the conveyor belt and get to this point and hit lock on. You can wait maybe like 5 seconds, 4 to 5 seconds. It's because of the timing of the machines down in the graded area down below us here. That area is filled with a few machines that we need to be waiting for one to like come out of the grading. It's kind of weird. So once you get into this position here, you can lock on and hack. That will hack one of the machines below you, and you want to remote control it. So that delivers us down here. And the machine that we would be commandeering would be this one here. So what he sometimes does is, if you wait long enough, he will do his rounds and actually end up like falling out of the graded area. So if you wait long enough, you can time it just right and actually catch him in the act of doing it when you are controlling this machine and moving this way. But unfortunately, Amei didn't get the timing here, but you can still lock on to this guy, so that machine that we were looking at, before getting to this point here. So if you're on the top of the stairs, you can just make it, but only if he's like within the fence here. So he needs to like be on his way out if you're standing at this point here, and just hack him, and you'll end up controlling that machine. Maybe I can demo that. Hold on. So here, like in Amei's video, I'm controlling with AW to get around the map, and that's actually slower than if I was just holding on like the joystick, holding forward. You can use that trick in regular hacking, but it's really only needed for the main quest story hacks. So let me try and do this the first time. So because of that dialogue there, you can just kind of spam dash and you can spam dash and you can spam dialogue skip at the same time. So that way the camera perspective doesn't change your direction in dashing too much.
Damn it. Maybe I should have taken over something with a little more power.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you'll notice that machine, oh, he just fell out. But you would be able to get here, and I can actually hack him. But usually you can catch him on the way down, and you remote control, and I end up down here, which is pretty cool. Because that saves you having to go into the that saves you having to go into that silo without having, yeah, so if we watch it from the top here, when you gain control of this machine, rather here, if you get to the end of the crushers and you wait, Amei doesn't wait long enough, but if you wait long enough, you can get the machine on the right timing, but you control this one, you start backdashing, and the machine is about to make his way to the edge of the grating, but this pathing would be as if you can't control that machine as he's falling out of the grated area. So coming up with this medium biped here, he is pretty nasty because if he hits you, he can more than likely kill you. With his axe, he can actually kill you. So the trick to this guy is really just spacing. When you're jumping down from this platform down to this platform, I tend to take like a few steps forward and then either have him approach me and wait and see which attack he uses. You can either, if he does the attack where he swings the axe down in front of him, you can jump over him successfully if your timing is right, or if he does the spinning attack, then you can just backdash away from him. But you have to judge what that attack will be, and sometimes you can just jump right over him. So we'll see what happens. So Amei waits, he sees what the attack is, and he jumps right over it. So here, a lot of this area we just backdash through. It's important that, so once you make it through this silo, you can just ignore these guys, but you make it to the door, which would be on your right here, but because we're backdashing, it's facing the other way, so you need to position the machine backwards to go through the door that you want. You don't need to go like all the way down here in order to hack the guy. You really only need to just like go through the door and just click lock on, and you can hack the machine that's down here pretty easily. So this guy is a little bit slower, but he's not fast enough to make it through a bad cycle in the crushers. Like you can't die to the crushers by this guy unless you purposely die to the crushers. And this machine here, actually I may have got pretty good timing on this, but on this staircase right about here, you can press lock on because there's a flying machine dropping down from about here, and he's ending up about off screen at about this height. So at that point you can lock onto him and take control. I tend to, and Amei seems to agree with me here, is that if you come out of this hack here without holding pod fire, you can more than likely get either damaged and slowed down or just killed by the other flying machine that's out this way in front of you. So it's basically free just for you to hold pod fire and be on the same height as the other enemy. Because otherwise, if he hits you, then he slows you down pretty significantly.
Please jump in contact.
Again, here it's beneficial to hold pod fire for those enemies, just because if they hit you, it's going to be a bad time. So here, for this bridge with the enemies, again, it's beneficial to hold pod fire, and you can jump over them. Fortunately, Amei didn't get hit there, but if you do get hit by them, they really only stun you. It's when they get more than one hit on you, that's when it's a bad time. So here we could just skip on through here, just get to the silo and hack the door. You have to be pretty close to hack with the door, and this guy basically stops dead in his tracks. So you need to be past the metal line in the floor in order to start hacking. So once you see that the elevator doors are opening, you can pause to skip. And you can just mash through this and get back into the hacking here. So even when it says begin hacking here, you can start moving as the hacking cursor. You won't really get too far, but it is worth mentioning. So this is another area where you can use W, like either diagonal on your controller, or more precisely W and D on your keyboard, in order to move diagonally and faster. And you will notice it here pretty significantly. So you see that Amei's kind of like shimmying from side to side, zigzagging. That's still trying to maintain the fast speed of diagonal movement on keyboard. So you can kind of get lucky between those waves with the boxes. Those are just RNG. It's best if you don't get hit here, because if you do get hit, you'll just get reset right like that to the gate here. This is one of the points where you really see the difference between diagonal movement and non-diagonal movement. The dialogue that we're listening to right now here is supposed to last long enough to make it so that way there's a period of like silence after entering here. But because we're moving at a faster movement speed in the hack, we actually experience that way faster. So the dialogue is a little bit smoother, even with the voice changer setting. That's just fast dialogue and fast movement. So the objective here, it's pretty simple. Kill all the enemies. You can usually do this in clockwise motion, but for some reason Amei did it counterclockwise. Ideally, you don't want to be taking too much damage in these hacking segments, but it's not terribly bad. At most, you probably lose like a second or two. So this is a bit of a fast-paced kind of thing. So once you finish the equivalent of what would be the Ko-Shi boss in A ending, just in B ending, there's a cutscene, you skip, another cutscene, skip, and then once you're in the bunker again and you have control of 9S, all you need to do is just move a little bit and enter the menu, quick save, and load. The reason why we do that is because there's actually a dialogue that happens like about a second or two after you get out of the server, out of the terminal, and you can't save load during that dialogue. So you just have to mash through it. That dialogue that you mash through appears right here at the transporter, so we get to save load faster and just mash through the dialogue. So the sort of weird jump that Amei did to get to the commander here, there's a bit of a reason to it, just because as 9S, you want to be a certain distance away from the commander. Mostly just out of less walking. You don't want the commander to walk too far, do you? More cutscenes. Skip the cutscenes. Wake up in bed. And then all this dialogue you just mash through, head left, and you head to the hangar.
Unit 2B near the resistance camp. Large numbers of machine life forms are rampaging through the city ruins. Cause unknown. Goliath-class enemies also confirmed. Immediate action advised.
So this cutscene here, I do just want to pause for a split second. The trigger for it is actually a lot sooner than it is for the equivalents in A ending and earlier in B ending, where you don't necessarily need to be touching the ground here, but you don't exactly need to be like dashing into it either. Do the red? Yeah, okay, the red girls are still there. So here we get to experience our moment in space. Take it in.
All communications are currently being jammed.
But not for too long, because we're going right back into a shmup. This one is pretty short, but it's still pretty fun. So there's at least a few little enemies here. This is where the fun part of Taunt gets to kick in for this. Amei actually does this pretty early, but surprisingly you can still kill the thing. That might have been a little bit too early, to be honest. A little earlier than I would be comfortable with. So the point is that when you defeat the final wave of small enemies and the screen turns white, you want to buff. Or you could even buff before or a little bit after that. And the point is to kill the Goliath, the Goliath flyer up at the top of the screen. He will come down this way, but as Amei demonstrated, you can kill him pretty early, even before, like as the name appears. But the point is so that way we do this so that way the buffs are already applied to 9S through the cutscene, and we are going to SD kill Core 1 here as 9S. So this is effective on both Taunt plus 3 and Taunt plus 6. So because we have enough damage as 9S, we can do this with both types of chips. So because we already have our buffs equipped, we won't see them here, but we would otherwise. The point is to get Core 1 taunted, and we need to be SD'd we need to SD when he's close enough. So we saw this, Amei do this earlier in A ending, but Taunt plus 3 and Taunt plus 6 can do this in B ending. So here what Amei is doing, he's locked on, and he's spamming Taunt, and just SD kills Core 1. So let's just watch that in real time here. Lock on, or rather, what's a little bit easier to do is if you move 9S first, just to get control of him, but sometimes you can also just do it as you gain control of 9S. Here, you press lock on, and because you have the attention of Core 1, he will come to you. You taunt, SD. You can also choose to slow-mo as well to keep him close to you, but don't slow-mo too early, otherwise he will move too far out of your range. If you SD too early, or if he's not taunted, then he will still be alive. That you will need to deal with damage glitches. So, similar to A ending here, we just make our way through the city ruins to Pascal's fence here. these enemies are pretty scary in B ending just because they deal a lot of damage. Even more so with Taunt plus 6. Taunt plus 3, they're manageable, but not as scary with Taunt plus 6. So again, Core 2, damage him as much and as fast as you possibly can. If he recoils like this, it's okay. As long as you're pod firing, it's fine. You have enough damage to take him down quickly enough that it doesn't necessarily matter. I think I forgot to mention this in the A ending portion of this, but when coming out of killing Core 2, you can self-destruct and talk with your partner to skip some dialogue. That will skip Pascal having to talk with you about Eve and stuff, but it's not necessarily important to do that as 9S, just because his dashing is slow enough that by the time you get to the crater, it doesn't have as big of an effect as you would with 2B. Again, 9S doesn't have a plunge, so you get to the crater, and you skip the cutscene. Killing Eve here, again, same strategy, all as A ending. The only difference is that when Eve is, well, this is actually probably a little higher than I would like, but when Eve is at about half HP, I would say about here, would be more, I guess, close. But because Amei has Taunt plus 6, he can really take advantage of the extra damage that he would get on Eve while taunted, while buffed, with Taunt plus 6. Taunt plus 3, you can still do this strategy, but I would probably recommend having Eve at 50% HP when you SD him in Phase 1, like this. So that just instantly puts you into Phase 2 here. 9S doesn't need to do Phase 2 skip, because 9S needs to hack. So you can't get damaged here unless you're slow to hack him, but if you get enough hacks on him... So the objective here is that when 9S says, back me up 2B, and she says on it, that's when you need to be initiating the hack. So keeping Eve at about... keeping Eve at about, like, 90% hack on the dial is ideal. Anything that would be close enough so that way when 2B says on it, that's when you initiate the hack and hack into him. It's just easier out of survival. Now, May actually got that pretty well, but the strategy for when you're actually in the hack here, you can choose to do this either at range or just within close proximity like this, in getting hit twice. That was actually kind of lucky out of one attack there, but you can actually do a little bit of a Deathwarp here if Eve gives you a good attack, which he did. So once you kill Eve, you can actually respawn on the other side of that. So instead of having to go and so once you kill Eve and having to go around and up and then back around to the far side of the arena, what Amei ends up doing is because he's on 1 HP as a hacking ball, he waits for one of these arms to get close enough while he's backing up, so he's able to kill Eve, have Eve teleport to or disappear rather, have these boxes despawn, and at the same time die. So when that condition is met, when the white boxes have disappeared, you can die and get respawned as if you were on this side of the arena facing Eve. So it's a little bit faster. You might be able to do another Deathwarp out of here, but it's a little bit tricky. You can either get one Deathwarp or the other. I don't believe you can get both. In a similar situation where if you die, instead of respawning where you died from, you respawn like way farther. But again, like I said, you either get one Deathwarp or you get the other. So ideally, this is sort of a small optimization, but what Amei is looking for here when he's traversing this way, because he needs to go out this door here, he's looking to move forward and aim and fire at that, so that way by the time he makes it around to this here, he's not waiting to break that block, because it needs a certain amount of shots fired into it. He can get those shots in early and just walk right through.
Alert. Corruption confirmed in Yorha Unit 9S's self-consciousness data. Immediate evacuation and treatment recommended.
This is one of the few hacking areas that taking advantage of diagonal movement isn't necessarily as helpful, just because there's very few diagonal movements and much more straight movements. So here as 9S, you do need to be careful with Eve Phase 3, because the same strategy applies in B ending as it did in A ending. You just want to get under him while he's taunted and just SD. That goes for both Taunt 3 and Taunt 6. And here you want to avoid getting hit as much as possible with both chips. So surprisingly, Amei is actually able to survive that by getting close enough to one of these waves here and entering and exiting the pause menu. He's able to get a little bit of iframes out of that. So he uses them twice there, surprisingly. So he's able to just pod fire down Eve and get him down pretty quickly. So here is 9S, all you need to wait is for 2B to come to you. Cutscene, skip. You can hold B to skip this when you see the NieR Automata or not to be ending here. You can just hold the skip. And now you're playing as 2B. 2B, you want to go to 9S's room here and talk with him and do some buys. So here, it's very important that you get this E-drug, because that will be helpful for getting some time save, or a pretty significant chunk of time save here in C ending. So here we're going to sell our machine cores to get a buttload of money. So the order of operations that I like to do for this is medium recoveries. You want to buy your medium recoveries, cure manipulations, volt-proof salves if you don't have any, and any additional buffs if you need them. But then the last thing that you want to buy in this menu is large recoveries. Large recoveries cost a buttload, and you don't have enough money to just like buy 99 of them, because that will have other effects in your buys. So I like leaving those large recoveries to last. So in that case, the only things that Amei needed were for cure manipulations and volt-proof salves. You can buy as many of these as you really need, but the point of buying a lot of medium recoveries and 99 of the large recoveries is just so that way you have enough when playing as 9S and A2. So once you're done with that, just head back to 2B's room and you're good. For B ending. That's B ending. So you can just hold the skip. It's very important that you don't miss out on this save question, because if you say no to this, then you basically overwrote, or you will have not done like a lot of things in B. So you need to save, because if you say no, then you won't save your progress in B, and you will basically restart halfway through B if you're not careful. So please save at the end of B. Always save at the end of B. So here all we need to do is load game and start up C ending. So here we just do a cutscene skip, and we head out of the bunker. This is the magical sound of voice changer to be English voices SD spear dashing. We won't be hearing very too much of that, but thankfully.
Before I could convince myself to tell 2B the truth, our fight.
So, after 9S is done talking here, loading screen, you will appear as 9S on top of the building here in the city ruins, just fall down. Amei takes a pretty good path here, even though it's a little bit of a convoluted one. You can alternatively go, where is it? You can alternatively go sort of in this direction here towards the Engels unit. What Amei is going to do is go up this hill here and go up the broken overpass. Both ways go to the same place. We want to hack the machine at the top of the City Engels, the broken City Engels machine. If you're comfortable just doing lifts and jumps around here, then you'll be fine. Alternatively, you could just climb the ladder. Here we can, again, it's beneficial just to go on the right side of the crater here, like what Amei is doing. Whoop! But that was a good save. So we want to climb the tree root and go onto the broken overpass here, and the machine that we need is the suicide explosive machine. If he gets close to you, you more than likely will die, just outright. Those machines are designed so that way they insta-kill you. Moving on to the medium flyer that's up here. Let's get a better look at it, not in the grass, but this medium flyer is way higher up there, so the game wants you to climb the ladder and hack it from up there, but we don't have time for that, so instead we're going to hack it from down below. But in order for us to do that, we need to get him closer to the ground, so you can pod fire him, lock on, and hack. Amei's not really doing this justice, but you can get close enough underneath the medium flyer that he'll just coast towards you and not hurt you whatsoever.
Looks like it's going well down there. Every scanner in the force is involved in this operation, so let's try not to fall behind.
Okay, so here the direction that we want to go on to is this bus, and just lift. And there's going to be this medium biped here. You can lock onto him before he falls down, but if he falls down, then you'll have a little bit of a hard time trying to get to him, because this machine is enhanced and he will kill you pretty easily if you're not careful. So it's easier if you catch him before he falls down, trying to reach you. So one strategy that Amei is doing here, he's pod firing at the machine to get his attention, and then you can either choose to lock on or not lock on, whichever, but you press hack and then you SD, and then press hack again in order to shoot out like a larger initial hack ball to initiate the hack faster. So that's what Amei was doing to get the attention of that medium biped.
11S to 9S, come in.
So Amei takes a little bit of a different path than what I would take. He takes this path across up here onto the building, up and across, using a couple of pod spins to get onto that building, but alternatively you can get to the same destination by going across the building here and across the side onto the other building, and then turning and hacking at the enemy, or grabbing the attention of the biped across the gap between the buildings. So lift, pod spin, dash, and away you go. So here you grab the attention of the biped, just hack at him.
Appreciated.
Proposal. Unit 9S should rendezvous with.
So here just the movement through the city ruins.
Before the combat situation worsens.
It's not an exact science on how to move through the city ruins as 9S, but you want to spend more time dashing and less time falling is sort of the gist of it. So here moving into the shmup as 2B, the conversation between 6.0 and 2B is effectively a cutscene. So coming right out of the loading screen, you can hold B to skip, and that'll skip that conversation with 2B and 6.0. So you can immediately start fighting the enemies. So here it's beneficial to go on the left wave, right wave, and wait on one of these sides, so that way you could just pod fire them all down. What's important about the wave, so here, so this wave here with the two laser guys, you can just move from left to right and kill, or stay on the left side, kill everything, move to the right side, kill everything. But for this wave here, where there's one enemy here, the flyer in the middle, the only two enemies that actually do matter instead are the medium flyer, this one, and this one. The two on the outside actually don't matter, so if you can grab... you can sometimes get a double kill for the medium flyer and his little buddy with a single pod program, but you'll have to pod fire the other one down yourself. But the two on the outside here, those don't matter to progress the rest of the shmup. For this wave, this is kind of a weird wave. So those enemies come up from underneath, but when... So you can kind of see it spawn here, but these enemies drop down from here, but the wave that I'm wanting to talk about here is this one that comes down from the top screen in the center. So what ends up happening is that if you are... if your positioning is such that you can be sort of in the center here while the wave is coming down, you can kind of get some damage on them as they spawn. Sometimes you can kill some, sometimes you can't, sometimes you do end up killing all of them for some reason, I'm not entirely sure, but they'll effectively spawn right around you, so as they come down, you could just insta-kill them. Same sort of story here with the medium flyers. You always want to be using pod programs to your advantage. And now we are in the war section as 2B. So spawning here as 2B, the first thing that you want to do is just turn left. So turn left, plunge, and go all the way down here. This is the first sort of hurdle for the war section in C, is this guy. So this guy is a ranged medium biped. He will mess your day up pretty badly if he's taunted with both taunt plus 3 and taunt plus 6. They're pretty powerful, especially being enhanced, so, or enhanced machines. So you, from here on out, you do want to be buffing up as many times as you possibly can for every fight, because having having downtime in your buffs is an opportunity for the enemies to kill you. So the more uptime that you have on your buffs, the better, not only for dealing damage but also for survivability. So this medium biped is level 57, so he's gonna mess your day up pretty badly, especially with that laser attack. That laser attack can hurt you a lot. So I tend to prioritize him, and Amei does as well. The rest of these small stubbies, they can just be cleaned up pretty quickly. You can kind of go around in a circle, but there's not really an exact science to killing these guys. It's just taking them out as fast as possible is optimal. You aren't going to see it on Amei's map here, mostly because he doesn't have a map, but because for some reason you have access to this save point up ahead of you, that save point being active allows you to save. Now, at this point, would be a very good place to save. You can either wait for the dialogue to finish between the characters, or... So there's a little bit of a gap between those two dialogue blocks that just happened, so we're heading to support the other squadrons. We'll join you to improve something back up. So then there's about a 3 to 4 second window between the next dialogue block. Between those two dialogue blocks, if you're close to the transporter, you can pause, save, and continue going. I would recommend that if you're not as familiar with these fights, especially since we're leading up to one of the more scary ones here. There's a bunch of stubbies in the area, and there's this gigantic Goliath machine here. The Goliath machine is level 60. He's level 60 and he's enhanced, so he will one-shot you no matter what. Any attack that he hits you with, if he is taunted, and if you are buffed with both taunt plus 3 and taunt plus 6, he will one-shot you. So keep that in mind when you're fighting him. Any attack that he throws at you will kill you. Sometimes your teammates can take the brunt of the damage, but in other cases, it's better to try to prioritize that Goliath instead of waiting for attacks out of him. So Amei's allies are kind of giving him a problem there. You can't attack your allies, and that becomes problematic with spear dashing if they're like spawning in front of you. So here, again, Amei's buffing up here, but there are a bunch of medium bipeds with axes. Those axes hurt a lot. You can slow-mo and double damage glitch these guys pretty quickly, both with Taunt plus 3 and Taunt plus 6. Just making sure that your health is at maximum, otherwise they will, again, mess up your day. A lot of the enemies in Sea Ending will mess your day up.
We've sighted new enemies in the region. They've got attack squadron Omega surrounded and are giving them one hell of a fight. Can you get over there and provide support?
Coming up here is a little bit of a risky strategy. I don't necessarily feel comfortable recommending it to people, but it is a strategy nonetheless. You can kill at least a number of these machines with damage glitches, but you can round up the rest and self-destruct them. You do have to be careful is that if you're low on HP, they can kill you pretty quickly, especially if they're taunted. If you're taunted, or if they're taunted, they can kill you pretty quickly. But sometimes you can actually leave some behind, either out far enough away from you, or they just didn't get hit by the blast. And you do have to be mindful of that, because sometimes they can approach you pretty quickly and just take you out while you're 1 HP. The alternative strategy is just to damage glitch every one of them down. When you see the camera starts to like move farther away from you, that's when you know that you have all the enemies. Or that you killed all the enemies that were worthwhile. So here is 9S, you skip the cutscene, jump down, and this is at least one of the more annoying fights in the game. Not really because it's difficult, mostly because of the effects of the enemies that they have on you makes it just annoying. So the best thing here is really just to buff up as 9S and take things slowly. Damage glitch each enemy down, make sure they don't hit you. If they start doing the hacking orb things, keep in mind that you have cure manipulations. They can, or the enemies can disable your jump, your evade, and your light attacks. All of which you need to damage glitch as 9S, so if any of those functions don't work, then you need to use a cure manipulation. I don't think Amei is going to show this in here, but keep in mind that when you do have cure manipulations in the healing box in the bottom left, you'll have your recoveries, you'll have other things in your inventory, but one of them is cure manipulations. Just be mindful, you can use cure manipulations from the quick menu like this. Just keep in mind that if you need to heal, you'll have problems trying to menu to your recoveries if you're in a pinch. So keep that in mind. I'm speaking from experience because I've died like that a bunch of times. But once you kill all the enemies in the area, that cutscene will happen. I've noticed some people have problems with trying to hack 2B here. The best thing is really just to like move 9S a little bit forward as soon as you get into this this section, and you could just press hack or hold hack or whichever, and as long as you're walking towards 2B, you will 10 out of 10, I'd say 9 out of 10 times you will hack 2B. Some people find that sometimes you'll hack like your teammates around you. I'm not exactly sure, I haven't experienced that, but really just walking towards 2B and hacking her does the trick. So once you skip the cutscene, you'll be playing as 9S still. Best thing to get out of there is just slow-mo. Now, the point of why we escape this way is because when you are... one of the conditions of a joke ending in this area is to escape without saving 2B. And that condition is only met when you hack 2B at this, or that condition is only avoided if you hack 2B in this section. So what we're actually going to use is one of the dialogues that the pod uses when we run out of this area, but without actually getting the joke ending. So what we end up doing is running out, and 2B's following us. The Yorha will be left behind. We turn around, dialogue skip happens, and you're able to immediately start hacking 2B. If you follow the same path that Amei takes right here, that's the fastest. It doesn't exactly matter, but it's mildly important. So here, once you're controlling 2B, you can start Spear Dash, try to avoid the enemies, and just Spear Dash your way to the center of the crater.
Target location data obtained. Marking on map.
So once you're in the crater, you will be dealing with this guy. So this Goliath is actually a regular one. You can just kill him without needing to buff up for both Taunt plus 3 and Taunt plus 6. You deal enough damage that it's surprisingly not worth it to buff up. So once he's dead, the objective here is to picture book a bunch of times. So we're looking to picture book when NieR says that that should take care of the jamming. Then again when NieR starts talking. So when NieR says it's possible to access, that's when you picture book. At the same time, just try to avoid the enemies. They shouldn't be too problematic, but if they do start to be problematic, just jump away from them. The idea is mostly to be close to 9S here. He's right next to 2B. So we just came out of 1. You want to picture book immediately again, because 9S will continue to talk. So at this point, 9S is waiting to hack, or you are now waiting for 9S to begin hacking. So because you are right next to 9S, he will immediately start hacking and the cutscene will initiate. Just like that. So now you wake up in the bunker. Here you can hold B to skip. This would also be a good opportunity to save at the transporters if you are not comfortable fighting in the bunker with the Yorha. At the same time, you can just respawn here, so... Or, I believe you respawn here. Regardless, once you speak to the commander, you want to buff up for this and just take out. You can try to prioritize the combat units first, but really it's just whichever Yorha come your way. Trying not to perfect evade these enemies is actually kind of difficult, but it's important so that way you taunt them as fast as you can and you just damage glitch them down. You can try to slow-mo them, but really just pod firing is enough. Once you're down with that first wave, another wave will jump down. You can taunt them before they jump down, which is nice. So with Taunt plus 6 and Taunt plus 3, you can take them down pretty quickly. Another wave will jump down after that. If you don't get them on specific waves, you can really just kill all the Yorha that you see. Here, you do need to pay attention as to when that elevator comes down, because obviously the elevator is not in front of you. So when you see that the screen when the lights turn red, the elevator's coming down, and you can just high jump through the hole. So once you make it through the entrance here, there's going to be a few Yorha to your right. You can buff up. Ideally, a good bunker fight is really only if you buff up once. You shouldn't necessarily need to buff up multiple times. If you do, then just try to damage glitch the Yorha down as fast as you can. So here with Spear Dash, you're able to get close enough to the enemies very, very quickly. The Yorha are sort of in like pods of a few enemies. With minimap, this is a little bit easier to see. However, because Amei sold that minimap, we're not able to see the progression of the enemies across the bunker. But once you're finished with those waves of Yorha, just make it to the hangar. And make it to the end here. You can skip that cutscene and then just dialogue mash all the way through. Here you actually have to wait for the animations, so those will go by, and skip the cutscene. Here you can hold B to skip. And now we wait for dialogue. This particular shmup we can actually save time on if we get a good E-Drug RNG. The E-Drug RNG is like, I forget exactly, but it's like a 1 in 6 chance in getting the good E-Drug, the fast E-Drug. You'll know it when you see it, at least. The two possible combinations for the fast dialogue E-Drug is either with a green screen or a sort of a pixelated clear screen. Sadly, Amei did not get the good RNG here, but you would be listening to faster dialogue during this section, whereas here it's operating at regular speed. E-Drug, fast E-Drug dialogue increases the speed of the dialogue for every character that's speaking, not just you. Or rather, not just the player. So in this section, it's really just about not getting hit, or not getting unnecessarily hit. You can still take damage, just don't die. So once you make it to the end, you'll fly off screen and the cutscene happens. Here, this is what we call virus skip. Virus skip involves very careful manipulation of the trigger for the virus. So the point that we want to do is avoid that trigger and go around, so that way we don't invoke the virus on 2B, unfortunately. Or rather, unfortunately, good lord. What was that? Okay, so maybe I can demonstrate this. So there's at least two different ways of doing virus skip. One of them, I would argue there's two different ways of doing virus skip for this long jump. You can either get on top of this bus and do a long jump out, and then try to get into this window. So that's the second to last window of this floor. So you can try and do like a pod spin or a pod launch and try to angle your way far enough out and then enter that window. The alternative to that is a dash swing that you can do out through this crack in the shoulder, and just try to go parallel to the trigger and enter the same window in the building. It's a little bit more hairy just because you're very close to the trigger of the virus. So I would recommend that people use the bus and go around, just because there's a little bit more leniency, although it's a little bit of a longer long jump. Although at least that's what Amei was trying to do. You can experience the similar thing like with what Amei has here if you try to dash swing off the bus, because the enemies are trying to chase you. So there you can plunge into the water, although in some cases it might be easier just to spear dash all the way through. So here the pathing for spear dashing, you can just spear dash through the tunnel and exit through here. You can either choose to go along the right-hand side here, or you could just plunge through the center of the crater. It really doesn't matter. The point of virus skip is so that way we have about a minute or so of time from exiting. I think it's like 2 minutes or something. We have a period of time where we don't actually have the virus, but it gives us time to make it to the commercial facility, so that way when we actually get the virus from just a time condition, effectively, we get all the virus all at the same time, instead of waiting progressively as we walk to the commercial facility. So here there's going to be 2 Yorha who are waiting for you. It's easier if you kill them, just out of peacefulness. So when pod says virus detection, 2B will explode, the screen will go white like this, and what you want to do is just picture book. That will cancel all of the pending dialogue from the virus, and all you need to do is just wait for the cutscene. So once the cutscene happens, you will be controlling A2. A2 is a bit of an interesting thing here because you need to kill 2 waves of these Yorha. You don't have a pod, and you don't have buffs. So the strategy here is really just to light attack these guys, but you can also do, like, you can tap the dash button and tap heavy, and you'll throw the heavy sword at the enemies. What Amei is setting up for here is a B mode, surprisingly. So once he kills the Yorha in the center, he sort of turns around. There's not really a lineup to this, but really just sort of standing in the center. I don't have any good reference points, but it's really just standing in the center. There's going to be 4 Yorha that spawn. I think 4, maybe 3. 4 Yorha that spawn in front of you. And all you need to do is hold SD, or B mode in A2's case, and there will be a bit of an explosion, and you just kill all of them all at the same time. Cutscene skip, and wait for the loading. So once you spawn in as 9S, all you need to do is get to the commercial facility bridge. Just as a side note, I personally would go up this way and then down across, instead of Amei's movement is kind of going this way. I believe off to the left is a little bit better of a beeline, so just keep that in mind. So once you get onto the bridge, there will be a series of cutscenes that you need to skip through, one of them being this. Then, I believe you'll have a pod dialogue here. So here you can just spam pause and then skip. And then here, if you're spamming A and B, or the buttons you would use for dialogue mashing, you will always choose 9S in this. Never choose A2. If you choose A2, you basically kill the run. If you choose 9S, you can continue. Or you can continue properly. So one more cutscene as Devola and Popola wake you up, and you could just dialogue mash through the dialogue that they give you. So once you get up, you can just walk out of the resistance camp. There's no reason to pick up any buffs, recoveries, or anything, so you can just continue walking out to the tower. And I believe the trigger for the tower discovery is like right here, so I usually jump like at the grassy line here, and then just jump into the cutscene.
Received from access point. An enormous facility that appeared from
so here we're going to access the subunit, then we're going to access the tower, and then we're going to run to the cave's transporter. We want to do this relatively quickly, just because you need to get to the transporter in a fast enough period of time. So we access the tower, and then you access the cave's transporter. So here I'm spamming interact, and just like that, I'm able to access the transporter. The rate at which you interact with the transporter is a little finicky. It seems like you have to press it pretty quickly in order to get in between like a frame or two of one dialogue ending and then another dialogue beginning. So I can choose to transport wherever I want to at that point, which would be Forest Castle Front. If I were to fail this and I didn't get access to this transporter menu, then I would have to either pod pat or picture book through the dialogue to cancel it out and gain access to the transporter again. If I do end up transporting, maybe I can just go back to the resistance camp and demonstrate. So you'll listen to NieR talk for a little bit here, and then you'll also hear that same dialogue on the other end of the on the other end of the transporter. That's fine. It's more in relation to like that we skipped this dialogue, we're now listening to that dialogue now. So if I was trying to transport and I didn't get the dialogue skip, then I would have to open Intel, go to picture book, get out of it. Pod's still talking, I picture book. NieR is still talking, I wait. And then I can interact with the transporter. So if you're not able to fit your input in between when that one dialogue finishes and when the other dialogue begins, then you would have to picture book twice and then interact with the transporter. If you were able to fit your input between one dialogue ending and the other dialogue beginning, then you would just immediately transport to the forest center, the forest castle front. Okay, so in Amei's case, I don't believe he knew exactly what he needed to do, but he attempted to gain access to the transporter between those two dialogues, but didn't. So what he ends up doing is trying to pod pat and trying to picture book his way to access the transporter. Once he is able to access the transporter, transport Forest Castle Front.
Unit 9S should state his intentions.
Okay. So here would be where you would be listening to that dialogue where NieR is like, "Hey Pod, do you have something or other?" And you can just run, jump into the cutscene. It'll cancel the dialogue. So one of the strategies here that Amei is using to get NieR across here is diagonal pod spin. He's angled the camera in a way that he's moving. So even though, here, let me get my pen. So even though the camera is facing this direction, NieR is moving in this direction. So that angle gets Amei extra distance when he's doing pod spins. So it's especially useful for this jump in particular, because Amei is, it's kind of hard to see in his video, but with this pod spin, he briefly touches ground, but he's still holding jump, so he walks off the ledge, does a pod spin, jump, pod spin, jump, pod spin, and then marquee pod launch, pod spin, and he's able to make it across. That jump, you're able to avoid having to experience the MeatBox cutscene, which is like here, which you would normally access if you walked down the path onto the aqueduct. So instead of seeing this cutscene here, we're instead coming from another aqueduct and just taking a shortcut straight to MeatBox. Okay, so here, now we're in MeatBox. MeatBox is pretty unique in that it has a lot of fighting. It's worth mentioning that you don't want to, or rather, sort of a byproduct as coming out of the bunker, you'll notice that you'll have all these melee attack smalls and defense smalls and stuff. Those are byproducts of fighting the Yorha in the bunker. For some reason, they drop small melee attacks and the like. So just keep that in mind if you're buffing up at this point, because if you're using smalls, they only last for 30 seconds instead of larges, which last for 60 seconds. So just get rid of them out of your inventory, rebuff, and away you go. Getting hit by these guys is pretty scary if they're taunted, for both taunt plus 3 or taunt plus 6. However, with taunt plus 3, you will survive at least some of those attacks. Because these machines are not enhanced, and they're actually lower level than the ones that we fought in the war. Now, something that's worth mentioning is that you can actually lock onto these enemies as they're dropping down from the ceiling. So when you're waiting for, when you're waiting right here and you're waiting for the machine riding the horse and his two buddies, you can lock onto them as they're dropping down and have a damage glitch ready for them. So you can see the pod sort of aims up, and Amei is able to get a damage glitch off on the horseman and just take care of his two buddies pretty quickly. Next floor. Next floor here, we can come right out of the elevator. You don't necessarily need to buff here, but because Amei is using taunt plus 6, it's a little bit of a safer strategy to buff. But if you're using taunt plus 3, you can effectively just kill this guy without needing to buff if you just bum rush him, because his attacks will not one-shot you as long as he is it taunted or not taunted? I actually forget. But if you don't buff and he's taunted, then you will not, or then you will survive. However, the same is not, I can't say the same thing about taunt plus 6, because taunt plus 6 just has that higher multiplier. And you should be able to kill those enemies very quickly anyway with taunt plus 3, so long as they're taunted. Next floor. Next floor is darkness. So out in front of you, there's going to be a spider machine, and so there's one spider machine here, and I think there's a few buddies with him as well. Yeah, two in front of you, here, and I think there's two behind you as well. So again, buff up every fight. There's no sense dying to these guys, especially this late. So those are the only 3 enemies in the first wave. Then when you get to here, Amei moves off to the outer circumference of the arena. I kind of do the same thing. There's one enemy here, there's another enemy here, there's an enemy on the other side of you, and then there's another enemy to the left. So these 4 bipeds you can take care of pretty quickly, but they do tend to just come at you one at a time instead of clumping up. Next wave, explosive guys. Here you can just stand off to the side and hold pod fire and spam lock on. Alternatively, if you're feeling very risky, you can move forward a little bit here and just shoot up and have the pod take care of the enemies for you. However, that's a little bit more of a risky strategy. You're putting a lot of faith into the auto lock on and the lock on ability of the pod. Next floor is blank, so you could just dash across. Next floor is Goliath and all these flying enemies. So here, I tend to sort of different from Amei. Amei waits here to damage glitch the Goliath who's going to be here. I tend to wait on this black circle thing here. Mostly because it puts my damage glitches a little bit closer to the Goliath, so I have an easier chance in one-shotting it, but whichever is more consistent, really. If you end up canceling the damage glitch too soon, you can end up in a situation like Amei is in right now, where the Goliath is still alive, and you're running around the arena. What you want to prioritize is having this guy dead first. The next is, I think there's 6 of these things. There's 3 that are non-enhanced, and then 3 that are enhanced. It's not necessarily about the damage they deal, but it's the non-enhanced versions that are a little bit of a pain, because when you're pod firing at them, they will move back, which is kind of weird, or they get knocked back from you. So when you're pod firing at them, they the non-enhanced versions will move back against your pod fire, but the enhanced versions will stay put. So Amei is in a position here that he's in the middle right of the arena, and he's buffing up so that way he can be in a position to take care of the medium flyer that's right in front of him. So this guy and the other medium flyer on the other side of the arena are pretty scary because they have kamikaze ends to them. So if any of those kamikaze ends detach and explode on you, then you'll die. It's a one-shot, no matter what. So you do need to be careful around those, because if one detaches, gets close to you, and explodes on you, then you will die. No questions asked. There's a drill guy and an axe guy as well that spawn, so keep in mind of those. I tend to, I think just out of habit, it's best to prioritize the medium flyers first, but at the same time you can try and dance with the axe guy and the drill guy. Next floor is the final floor at the tip of the top of MeatBox. This is relatively easy if you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, it's a little bit more difficult. Amei waits here, but I don't remember if he gets it properly. So Amei waits where he's standing right here, but I tend to wait on the ramp here, so that way the enemies kind of come closer to me when trying to do a self-destruct. So you wait, you're trying to take care of all 4 of these machines all at the same time, but I don't remember if Amei gets all 4 of them. Oh, he does. Hey, nice. I never doubted you, Amei, once in my life. Okay, so what Amei does is he stands in the center of that platform there, and he waits for these machines to hit the floor, and then he starts self-destructing. That ensures that the machines closest to him won't be able to hit him. By the time they do, or would hit him, he's already SD'd. And the enemies that are on the farthest sides of him, so there's 1, 2 that spawn, there's a third that spawns on his right, and then there's another one that spawns off screen on his left. So all 4 of those machines die from that one self-destruct. And then by the time Amei gets up, the dialogue's finished, and he completes MeatBox. So for some reason, when trying to talk to this guy, I don't really know why, but when you interact with this guy too quickly, sometimes he won't actually give you the cutscene that you need. If he just like says nothing and doesn't give you the cutscene immediately when interacting with him, just run to the elevator and you'll get the cutscene that you need. But in this case, we'll see Amei interacts with the guy, gets him the cutscene, and MeatBox is done. Again, it's important here that you just dialogue mash without giving input of up or down here, because if you just dialogue mash like spamming A and B, you will automatically select 9S. If you select A2, again, the run will die. You have to select 9S. So just like that, Amei is spamming A and B, and he selects 9S. Or rather, automatically selects 9S. Here, Amei is going to get a double lift and just jump up here. He's looking to go to the transporter to City Ruin Center. You don't need to take care of those enemies, you can just run right by them. If they do give you problems, you can just damage glitch them, or run away. Running away is much better. So here you take the transporter to City Ruin Center. City Ruin Center, we're gonna do tower skip. Or early tower skip. So you could do these in any order that you want. Really, it's just down to preference. You have to interact with them and then hack. This hack in particular is kind of interesting because let's take a look at it. Okay, Amei doesn't really do it very much justice, but the objective here is really to follow this one line of blocks down without taking damage from the red blocks. So the red block here, and there's another one on your left. So when going through here, you can, in some instances, damage, like you kind of see here, even though Amei is here, the block that he's actually damaging is up here, even though there's a block between him and it. I don't really know what causes that, more just like a damage glitch, I guess, in the hack. But the strategy that I tend to do is more just kind of zigzagging here, where you enter this path straight, but when you get close to this red brick, you want to avoid it. So instead of getting close or just continuing down the middle, I tend to angle left, but while still aiming to the right. So that way I'm still breaking the blocks in front of me and still aiming to go straight here. Then coming up to here, I do sort of the inverse. I hug the right wall while still aiming left, so that way the blocks in front of me are breaking while still avoiding the red brick that's here. If you do get damaged, then you won't be able to break the blocks in front of you, and you'll sometimes break the blocks to the side here. But yeah, Amei didn't get hit by the red bricks, so it's workable. So from here, once you do one of the hacks, you want to go down to the transporter down here and just transport to City Ruin Center. That'll initiate one of the parts of early tower skip. So now that one subunit is hacked, we want to hack the other two as well. We don't need the keys for Soul Box or God Box in order to complete this. You can just do this with MeatBox. This one's kind of interesting because following out the center here, you can try and make your way like through. Kind of surprised that hit him, but kind of taking the same path that what Amei is showing here. I kind of go through the center and then head diagonal, but then also head between these cylinders. I don't really know what they're called, but heading between those cylinders so that way you don't get damaged by them. Sometimes you do get damaged by them. It slows you down a little bit, but not really by too much. Again, not exactly optimized, but good enough. So here, again, City Ruin Center, that's the transporter we want. So once you get out in City Ruins, we go to the last one. Last one we usually reserve for the rightmost subunit. Mostly just because it's far less running when doing the other ones. So here you can try to go diagonal between them. There's not really an exact science in going between these, just kill them as fast as possible. So once you're done with all those subunits, the main event, or the main door will unlock. And you can sort of exploit the initial burst that you get when hacking, or when pressing hack. And we're using that to take advantage of it here, where the main door takes a lot to hack, and we're just pressing hack, press SD, press hack, press hack, press SD, press hack, press SD. And that sends out enough burst that it makes this hack significantly faster than if you were just holding hack. Once you're inside, it's pretty easy hack just to go through. It's really just kill the enemies without getting hit. These orbs you can get hit by, but just be mindful that if you're shooting the boxes on a diagonal, you may or may not actually, like, break the block. And then this is just waiting, so we're just gonna skip through this. Once the cutscene turns to white, skip the cutscene, wait for the loading screen. Here, when you have access to the Devola and Popola memory data, you can just continue to spam A and B or dialogue mashing, and it'll open it later, or it'll select the option to open it later, and it'll just put you in the elevator. So now that we're in the tower, we're going to be fighting a bunch of 2B clones in the upcoming area. So, as a precaution, immediately when you leave the elevator as 9S, it's highly recommended to stop, open the pause menu, save the game, and continue moving, because at this point you haven't saved in a very, very long time, and there's a lot that you would there's a lot of time that you would lose out on if you were to die. So as a safety net, it's safer to save here at this point in the tower, because losing that progress would be very, very disheartening. Believe me, I'm speaking from experience. Here, it's easiest to avoid these Your Hub just by slow-mowing and dash chaining, but sometimes it can happen that you get a perfect evade on them. Just continue dashing, don't bother trying to fight them. This door is kind of weird. I've noticed that when you're slow-mowing and how can I explain this? You interact with the door while you are slow-mowing, you can kind of dash, you can do an input to dash through the door, and you skip having to wait for the door to completely open. I don't know if Amei shows this or not, but no, he doesn't. You effectively just need to be holding slow-mo while you open the door, and then you time a dash, or you press dash to dash through the door as it's opening, saving just a little bit in animations. So this is the 2Bs fight that we all know and love. Obviously there's a ring of 2Bs around you with 9S in the middle. The objective is to kill all of them, and we're going to do that with an SD. So I tend to wait, or let's see what Amei does. So a good indicator of when is a good time to slow-mo and start SDing is when you see... you can probably wait. So even though you have control over 9S like before the weapons start to spawn, I tend to start SDing and holding slow-mo when you start to see the weapons glow like this. So that means that they're appearing into the world. And I think Amei also does that too. So he slow-mos and SDs. All the Yorha charge him, except for one, unfortunately. And if you end up on 1 HP, this can be kind of scary, but fortunately Amei got a level up when doing, level 35. So he ended up getting a level up there off of the 2B units. That's fortunate, but he doesn't have buffs, so if there is one still alive, just take care of it. Otherwise, just approach the one you see on the floor. The one that you see on the floor will be the only 2B unit that is writhing on the floor. Alternatively, you can look on your minimap and see the main quest marker on top of that writhing 2B unit. And now we come to the best part, where we finally play as A2. You can just spear dash all the way through here, don't get caught in the bush, and enter the tower elevator. So the objective here is that there's not really an exact science to this, it's really just a feeling, but after a certain period of time, the elevator for the tower will be close enough to the top of the tower that you can begin B-moding, which B-mode gives you a boost in attack damage, attack speed, and at the cost of expending your HP. The reason why we bought all those medium recoveries and large recoveries was in part to help subsidize this speed boost. And we're going to be taking advantage of that here. So Amei B-modes and begins running. And what you can use is just dash swings, because A2's dash swings is surprisingly faster than her non-B mode spear dashing.
Hypothesis. The corpse is likely a result of Yorha Unit 9S's advance through the area.
So it's important to stay on top of your health in this section, so that way you don't lose out on B mode, because otherwise you would be stuck in a slow walk at 1 HP, and that would be very, very slow. So it's important to stay on top of your HP. Usually 1 or 2 medium recoveries for every, like, 1 dash swing, 2 dash swings is enough. In the case of Taunt plus 6, where you wouldn't have your HP meter, it's a little bit more finesse of guessing what HP value you're at, but yeah. You'll notice that when Amei entered the library here, so he opens the doors and initiates the cutscene, and he's magically out of B mode. Surprisingly, B mode is cancelled by cutscenes, so when you enter or exit a cutscene, you will lose B mode. And we use that in some areas to our advantage here. So, sadly, the dialogue that we listen to for Peachy gets picture booked there. You can picture book, so once the pod finishes dialogue, you approach the thing, interact with it, and you can picture book. Then just interact with it again and begin hacking. This hack, you can, I mean, you could pretty much just follow Amei's path here. You go around and hug the wall, making your way to the target here. There is, oh, actually, yeah. There is a good example of quick brick breaking here, where Amei is able to, in this straight line, break a number of these blocks faster than you would normally for some reason. I don't exactly understand why it happens, but there's a way of at least detecting when it happens. So notice how when Amei starts moving at the same speed as when the bricks are breaking, that's his shots being fast enough that they can break the blocks as he's moving. So that is ideally the movement that you would want to see in a hack, but you don't always get it every time, and I don't exactly understand why. So you could just high jump up to the one that's closest to on your left here. Here you want to break the largest blocks around the arena. There's different ways of going around this. I would personally just go around in a clockwise manner, but this seems elaborate. Possibly faster. Untimed. And so you could just finish off with this last one. That was my controller. Let's rewind. Hold on. So you can just go to this last one here on the other side of the room, on the second level, and the objective of this one is to break the big blocks hidden amongst the small ones. You can just take a quick path through them. And then here would be a good opportunity to actually save if you haven't already. I didn't mention this before when we were playing as 9S in the tower, but again, playing as 9S in the tower is also a good opportunity to save. For some reason, the save circle over the tower is almost unanimous, at least in this main area. It covers the area in front of the elevator, so you could save as you exit the elevator, and you can save when you're inside the library only when there's no dialogue playing in the library. So what Amei is waiting for here is a hacking point to appear on the wall here, but as you are waiting for that to appear, you can wait for the dialogue to expire, press start, save game, exit, and continue on if you aren't comfortable with completing the rest of the tower without saving, because otherwise it's a pretty tall ordeal if you end up dying in the coming sections and not having a save anywhere. However, if the pod is talking, or if A2 is talking, you will not be able to save. Once the cutscene happens, you can just skip it and go on. Another cutscene will happen as you spawn in as 9S. Again, during this section, it's worth mentioning that you cannot save as 9S in this part as well. For some reason, this area is blocked to the saving area. So here, 9S is going to stumble forward, and when you hear him like grunt, that's when you want to picture book. You want to hold B to skip, and then hold hack to hack 9S.
Virus eliminated. 95% of functionality restored.
Okay, so once 9S is finished with his animations, you just want to dash to the exit on your right. Once you cross, the trigger for the dialogue is this line here. So once you cross that line, you can immediately start getting into position because we will be picture booking that dialogue. So Amei moves into position, picture books, and gets ready. So here, there's going to be 3 enemies that spawn directly above you. Just deal with the medium biped and the 2 smaller bipeds. And after that wave, we now have this wave. This wave has a medium flyer that will one-shot you if it is taunted, both with taunt plus 3 and taunt plus 6. So keep that in mind. If you get hit by it, you will die. If it is not taunted, you will survive, but the gist of it is just to insta-kill the machine as fast as you possibly can. So the lineup that I use is a little bit different from Amei's, but let's take a look and see what it does. Still pretty good. So the you can kind of see there's little boxes on the floor here. Amei is 4 boxes away. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So the flyer will generally be around around sort of this location here, so between boxes 2 and 3. So you can, I generally start, I usually wait for my damage glitch at the end of box 3 here, so in line here, just a little bit ahead of where Amei is right now, but it's also, you can also wait where Amei is waiting right now, so that way by the time the medium flyer pops up, you have enough time to throw your damage glitch and come up and insta-kill him. As long as he is taunted and you have your damage glitch on him, he will insta-kill, or he will die instantly. You don't want him to linger. If you do, then the arena becomes a little a little crazy with all the projectiles that he shoots out. Next, alongside the medium flyer, are these two medium bipeds with shields. Just shoot the electricity off of the shields and take them down with damage glitches. Next, there's going to be a bunch of small bipeds. They're going to be dropping down basically all around you. I tend to wait for this biped to be dropped down first, buff up, and take out the rest here. You can technically take all of these guys down in a single SD, but that requires having to round them all up, get close. Yep, just like that. And so you round them all up and make sure that you have full HP, you are buffed, they are taunted, and you SD in time, so that way they don't kill you, and they all die. Because if any of them are left alive after you SD, then you'll have a pretty bad time trying to escape from them and get out alive. So the alternative to SDing them is really just to take your time, damage glitch them all down, and survive. You can technically picture book this dialogue where the red girls are saying, oh fuck, what do they say? I completely forget. God damn it. I say this line all the time. You did it. So when the red girls start saying you did it, that's when you can picture book, but it looks like Amei doesn't go for that strategy here. So once you have the intel, you can just skip cutscene. And now for the more scary part of the run. This is really a challenge in terms of taking these guys down. So there's going to be five flight units in front of you. The object is that 5? No, 6. There's 6. So they're going to come at you in different timings. There's the first one that comes at you on its own. Then there's going to be another where there's going to be another wave where the 2 flight units come at you, and then another wave where there's 3 flight units that come at you. 1, 2, 3. And the object is that when you have when you're fully buffed up and you have Taunt +3, they will deal like 55% of your HP in one melee attack. If that's fine if you're taking on one of them, but it's not fine if you're taking on more than one of them, because if both flight units decide to melee attack you while they're taunted, at least with Taunt +3, they can deal 55% of your HP and then 55% of your HP again. So that leaves you in a position where you get 2-shot and you don't actually get critical HP. So you just get hit once, hit twice, dead. No critical HP. So that's pretty scary in and of itself. With Taunt +6, it becomes a little bit more challenging because these guys will, I believe they one-shot you if you do get hit by their melee attack. So it becomes a lot more scary with Taunt +6 versus having Taunt +3. Now, for those who might not be familiar with this fight, then it is still a scary fight. But that being said, you have the damage to take care of these guys, at least in 1 to 2 damage glitches, as you'll see here. So the biggest part is just getting a damage glitch on them and getting it to stay. So, surprisingly. So, Taunt +6 does actually get you to critical HP, but again, only if 1 hits you. If 2 of them are hitting you at the same time, then you will more than likely just get insta-killed, no matter which taunt chip that you have, assuming that you have full HP. or rather even assuming you have full HP. So if the flight units are doing these ranged attacks, it's fine. It's not going to kill you, but it will provide enough of a damage period that they could potentially kill you if you're not at full HP. So again, Amei just taking the safe side here. This is pretty risky here because he's getting attacked by one and then getting swiped by another. So that's, I would call that pretty risky in my opinion, but you're able to, a technique that Amei has been using this whole time with 9S damage glitching is by tapping self-destruct when you need to get out of a hairy situation and you need to go like right now. This is a good example of when that happens. So when Amei is locked in a damage glitch, he can't move from left to right. You can't dash out because you don't have a dash. The only way of getting out of it is with self-destruct. So when Amei goes to throw a damage glitch, and he sees that the flight unit in front of him is about to melee attack him, he taps self-destruct and dashes away to avoid getting hit. So that fight is pretty technical and relatively scary, just because the flight units are pretty unpredictable. You can get in situations where you just get tag teamed by these flight units and they just swipe at you, swipe at you, swipe at you, and it's difficult to get damage glitches on them if they're all melee attacking you at the same time. Okay, so moving on to A2 versus Ko-Shi. Here, it's a safer strategy to take care of one, no buffs or anything, just take care of the front left leg when you're looking at this boss here. That will cause him to drop, and it'll give you the freedom to high jump up to the trophy room here. What Amei's going to try and do is clip out of the trophy room and not have to escape into through the door there. So that saves a little bit of time, but Amei ended up not getting it. So what would end up happening is that because the trophy room is one of these rooms that you cannot attack in, you need to initiate the heavy hold from outside of the trophy room and do, so you initiate the heavy hold into the room and you need to hairpin turn around the door at an angle, so that way when the heavy hold pushes you or thrusts you into the wall, you end up clipping out of bounds. Sometimes it can happen that you heavy hold and you end up like back in bounds. That's close to the angle, but you're not quite on there. Once you're out of bounds here, you will be able to just pod spin down to the elevator while out of bounds. Maybe we can demonstrate that here. Oops, I'm behind the boss now. Okay, so normally the door you would interact with and it would open. However, if you go into the trophy room here, we can interact with the door, push it open. Now, when I'm in the trophy room, I can't actually attack in here. I can jump, I can't do anything. And the game forces you into a slow walk state. So, what you need to do, I'm using Virtuous Contract level 2, so what you need to do is start the heavy hold out in this room, or out here. You can be pretty close to the door to initiate it, but you need to start the heavy hold and do a pretty drastic hairpin turn in order to get out of bounds. It can happen that you end up shooting all the way out to here. You're close to the angle on that, but not quite when that happens. I kind of aim, so if you're in sort of this position here, I try to aim towards the bottleneck of the pathway below you, effectively. So you want to aim sort of, oops, that's not a straight line whatsoever. Can't draw a straight line. Okay. You kind of want to aim, maybe not like that. You want to aim closer like that to the bottleneck. There's no real way of drawing it in game, but you'll have to believe me when I say that. So maybe just one more for good measure. So if you fail it once, you can just kind of use the running animation of getting out of the heavy hold to run back out of the room. Otherwise, you'll have to slow walk out of the room. No, I'm out. Now I'm not getting it. Damn it. Close. Kind of. There. Oh, well. It is relatively precise, just because... There. So from there you can jump and double pod spin plunge to get to the area that you need to go to.
Alert. Enemy hacking detected. Proposal.
So, moving on in the video. So if you're not able to clip out of bounds in the trophy room, you can just go back down to the doorway here and spear dash your way through. Now, the reason why we end up damaging the leg of the boss is because it's more of a safety feature. Because if you were to perform the clip out in the trophy room while the boss is still in the room, it can happen that the boss fires its ranged attack, which is missiles at you, and those homing missiles will kill you in almost instantaneously. So it's not exactly consistent to do the clip out while the boss is alive, so it's a lot more manageable to do the clip out when the boss is disabled. Because once the boss is disabled, it will leave the room, so you have infinite time to try the clip. Now, what Amei is doing right here, he enters the hacking space and approaches the red girls. As soon as A2 says, who are you, you can begin picture booking. So here are the picture books. We need so what is going on right now, after that first picture book, you start to damage glitch the enemies in front of you. You can use B mode if you really want to. You don't necessarily need to, but it's a little bit better and a little faster to take care of these things, because you don't necessarily need to let the damage glitch go fully at these things, you can really just kind of spam dash heavy, dash heavy, dash heavy, dash heavy to do damage glitches, but not have the sword spin in front of you. These enemies are low enough level that while buffed, you can take them out pretty quickly. You can also do dash swings into these guys just by tapping the dash button, letting go, so that way A2 is running, and then tapping heavy to do a dash swing. When Pod says proposal, after the camera comes back down to you, that's when you can picture book. So here we are just waiting for dialogue to happen. So once the red girls say the androids and the humans,
consciousness data saturation rate 60%.
So the androids and the humans, you picture book. And then we wait. So again, the camera will show these guys spawning in. Once the red girls say, "We are one," then you can picture book. So, "We are one," picture book. And then this is when we can stop worrying about keeping the red girls alive. You can, or rather, it's recommended to buff up once the red girls are mostly disappeared at this point. So you can buff up now, so that way you don't need to buff up after this cutscene. So once you're done with the cutscene, you can jump into the fray of it and just B-mode. B-mode takes care of a vast majority of those red girls, and it makes it very easy just to clean up the remaining ones of level 40 and level 50s. So once we're done with A2 red girls, we can move on to the elevator. So once the boss spawns in, it's not crucial that you use B mode here, but it is worth mentioning just as a safety precaution, because when B mode is active, you get basically a second chance as when you get hit. You cannot die when you are in B mode. However, that doesn't refrain from things one-shotting you. So the B mode is really just as a safety precaution instead of a means of just damaging the boss. You can take this guy down to threshold without B mode, but you just need to pay attention as to what your HP is, like what we saw with Amei. He was in B mode and exited B mode if he wasn't paying attention too closely to his HP. It's a little easier to manage when you leave B mode like that, but when you picture book, you cancel B mode, so it doesn't matter anyway. You can just keep B mode up until you picture book here. The dialogue that you're waiting for is someone this whole I forget exactly how the rest of that line goes, but the gist of it is you're waiting for that dialogue to happen, and then you can picture book. So the boss will go down, and we'll transition to 9S. You don't need to use buffs there, but if you really need to, you can. So here we have a small shmup with 9S here. The waves always these here will always spawn as a line across the top and then down on the right as so the first wave is across the top in a straight line, the second wave is down on the right, then the third wave is down on the left. That will help for positioning, so that way you can be on the side of the boss. So, down on the right, down on the left, down on the right again, down on the left. And that'll be in good position to have you in the center of the screen for the boss. Here, it's worthwhile to buff up with everything. Melee attack up, ranged attack up, melee defense up, ranged defense up, and skill salves. Because what we're going to be doing is spamming, we're going to be spamming as many pod programs into this guy as we possibly can. So that way we get him down to the threshold that we need. As long as you threshold him, then we're just waiting for dialogue. It's worth mentioning, if you don't have skill salves, if you don't have many skill salves, rather, I would recommend you wait for one of the other waves as 9S, so that way the bottleneck is you damaging the boss instead of you waiting for dialogue for the boss. I'll point it out when we get to it. I believe it's the third wave as 9S in the flight unit. So this was the first wave as 9S in the flight unit. This is now the second wave as A2. Right off the bat, you want to be on the edge of the platform, ready to B-mode. B-mode helps deal with the shields off of the stubbies, as well as the medium bipeds if you can get them. These two medium flyers are pretty annoying to deal with, so as long as you stay in B-mode, you should be fine. If not, slow-mo, get back in B-mode, and deal with them. That's pretty scary, even with Taunt plus 6, so Taunt plus 3, you can still deal with those guys, but as long as you're in B-mode, you're safe. So keep B-mode up and running, then you'll be good. So it can happen, hold on. So it can happen that if you kill the flyers and the bipeds fast enough that this wave with the spider machine and the stubbies sort of partially spawn, some of the stubbies will fall off the edge of the elevator. I don't exactly know why, but it just seems sort of like a silly thing that was, I guess, inadvertently an option when making this sequence. So some of these stubbies may be here, some of these stubbies may not be here. Sometimes the wave just takes forever. Like you won't actually see the enemies spawn in. They will just spawn in, fall off the platform, and you will wait for them to despawn. If you do have to wait for them to despawn, it's like 10 to 15 seconds or so. Instead of you killing them, the game just removes them and you continue to the next wave. So this is now 9S spawning in with the second wave, or the second wave of 9S being in the flight unit. You can skip this cutscene, this transition cutscene, when you see like the boss kind of like sliding backwards like that. So here I would recommend I would actually recommend leaving the two groupings of machines on the side here, just completely leaving them alone. Your priority is really just dealing enough damage to the boss to get them down to threshold. But the bottleneck here is really just dialogue, so... But again, like I said, on every one of these transitions, you want to be buffing up almost entirely with damage up and defense up. So again, here we're just waiting for dialogue. Now, as A2, just waiting for enemies to spawn. So that was a little bit scary, but ideally, just to keep B mode up as often as possible is recommended. Do keep in mind that it's actually worth mentioning here, especially on Amei's view. So you'll notice that he doesn't have any medium recoveries and that he's using large recoveries. It's difficult to tell, especially with no HP bar, that what HP level he's at when in B mode. So he's having to use the large recoveries pretty sparingly. If you're on the Taunt plus 3 route, you won't necessarily have this problem, but you will run into an issue where you will run out of medium recoveries, but eventually you'll use large recoveries. So just using those recoveries as optimally as possible. So not getting hit and using the recoveries to make your HP back up. Another thing is just keeping in mind with the Volt-Proof Salves. Those Volt-Proof Salves, you need at least 2 for the final fight at the top of the tower. So just keep those in mind, because you will need those the Volt-Proof Salves to make it through the fight, especially with Taunt plus 3 and Taunt plus 6. Again, another sort of common problem is that dealing with the visual cures and cure manipulations in your inventory, just keep in mind that those do appear in your quick menu here. So just, if you're one like me who's prone to spamming through the quick menu when trying to heal, just keep that in mind. Not to spam too hard and select the wrong item. You do not want to spam Volt-Proof Salves or mistakenly be on Cure Manips when you're trying to heal. So this is now 9S's third wave in the flight unit, fighting the boss. You can skip this cutscene, moving into the boss here. This is another wave where it's dependent on the damage output that you deal to the boss, so you need to threshold them as fast as you possibly can. I, again, would recommend leaving these groupings of flyers alone until you just directly damage the boss. So number one priority should be damaging the boss rather than dealing with these guys on the side, because in many cases your pod program will just protect you from any shots that they throw at you. But again, buff up every time. Don't just wait on the timer, buff up every time. You have the buffs, you have the recoveries to make it through. Just kill things. So this is one of the waves as A2 that you are waiting. However, you'll note that A2 that Amei is attacking these arms. This is really only viable as a Taunt plus 6 strategy, because with Taunt plus 3 you don't have that amount of damage output to kill all 9 of these in a timely manner before the boss comes up. If you do kill all these, then the boss does come up, but with only Taunt plus 3, you don't have enough time to kill all of them, and you don't have enough time to make it worthwhile to make the boss spawn earlier. So now we're on 9S's mobile configuration fight for this boss. First thing is to buff up and use a skill salve. Skill salve helps with this, just making it a little more consistent. You want to make sure, because the let's get a better image of it, but because the pod program spins out in a clockwise fashion, you want to make sure that you're getting damage on like the front or the back of the boss. On the sides where the legs are, those legs will just absorb your pod program damage. So it's crucial that you get those hits on the front or on the back of the boss, because he's like a ball, so you can get the amount of damage that you need with those pod programs onto him. And you'll see, so Amei is positioning himself so that way he's facing his front. Usually when he's picking an attack, you can choose to position yourself a little bit better. But like that, where Amei launched his program, so that got a good hit on the front, but when he switched to use his program, all that damage just got eaten on the side with the legs. So that didn't deal anywhere near the amount of damage that he needs, so now he needs to make that up with melee attacks. This would again be a good opportunity if you don't have that damage in to use a skill salve and fire off another one. So this fight is dependent on two things. It's dependent on waiting for the dialogue, and it's dependent on the threshold of the boss. If you're able to fulfill both of them, then the cutscene will happen. So here we're waiting on boss damage. So this is actually a common point in which people crash in Automata, where for some reason when you finish this fight and it transitions into this cutscene, when transitioning out of the cutscene, it can cause some strangeness and crash the game. So what we prefer and what we encourage people to do is just hold B to skip. We found it a lot more consistent when you hold B to skip this particular cutscene, and this particular cutscene only, to prevent people from crashing, because it's very disheartening, especially for myself. I've experienced this way too many times in crashing at this particular cutscene for no reason, and losing about an hour's worth of progress. So if you hold B to skip that cutscene, you will be safe. So, as A2, very quickly here, because Amei has Taunt plus 6, Ko-Shi just melts. Taunt plus 3 also experiences this as well, so Taunt plus 3 melts this boss. You just have to make sure that your damage glitches go through. So, one sort of mistake here that Amei is doing is pausing on this particular cutscene. This particular cutscene cannot be skipped as 9S when fighting this particular wave. Again, this wave is damage dependent. So there's no dialogue here, it's just pure damage. So once you get to the top, cutscene skip, this is where the fun begins, because now you are playing as both A2 and 9S. This can be very confusing if you're not used to it at very fast speeds. The boss will do a series of attacks, and he will more than likely initiate the electricity. When he initiates the electricity on him, you need to buff up with a Volt-Proof Salve on both A2 and 9S. It's a lot easier just to, at the beginning of the fight, buff up with melee attack up, ranged attack up, offensive and defensive buffs, and just apply the the Volt-Proof Salve regardless of whether or not the boss initiates the electricity. So you'll see Amei here going damage glitch, buff up. He equips a Volt-Proof Salve as well as all of his offensive and defensive buffs. So the object here is just being aware of what character you are. A2 damage glitches in a very different way than what 9S damage glitches as. So in some situations, you will find yourself damage glitching as A2, but in fact you're playing as 9S, so just keep that in mind. You don't want to be hacking this boss, you'll just be wasting time. So here, in this scenario, because A2 now has buffs, 9S needs buffs as well, so that was actually a very lucky save, but okay. So, Amei should have buffed up on both A2 and 9S there, but just being mindful of what attack the boss is doing, and at the same time, actually a strategy that Amei is using here is taking advantage of Taunt +6. Because of the damage output being so high, you can SD this boss. It is a little bit risky, just if the boss does its spinning attack. I forget exactly what the threshold is, but it's about when the boss is a third HP remaining for Taunt +6. I forget exactly when the threshold is for Taunt +3, but I would assume probably a quarter of the boss's HP remaining. It might be a little higher though. And that's the third to last boss in here. At least the hard part is done, so now it's just a matter of going and fighting A2 and 9S. So here it doesn't matter which character you choose first, you can choose either 9S or A2, just make sure you say yes when selecting. So the strategy here, at least for taking down 9S, is really just to space out your damage glitches, so that way it can happen that you're directly in 9S's face and you're just not able to get a damage glitch off of on him. Amei is getting the benefit of having Taunt +6 equipped, so he's dealing a hell of a lot more damage than you would with Taunt +3 against 9S. It's important to not get hacked as you're playing as A2 fighting 9S, but sometimes you do get hacked, sometimes you don't get hacked. This is a bit of an interesting scenario. Both Amei was able to get the threshold on 9S's health, and he got hacked at the same time, so it's sort of a unique scenario where both of them happened at the same time. He got put into the hack. The easiest thing is really just to fail those hacks. The faster you can get out of them, the faster you can complete the fight. So here, finishing off A2's ending, here it's just an obstacle course, really, just lots of dashing, lots of spear dashing. Just keep in mind that if you do fall off the edge in this area, you will respawn all the way back at the beginning, so don't fall off, because I know that feeling. So there is a little bit of a shortcut here. You can just double jump to the right and make it a significantly shorter path that you need to take. And you can just spear dash all the way to the top of the staircase to heaven. And that is ending C. So now we just have to wait for cutscenes. You can skip the credits, skip the cutscene. You'll unlock chapter select, debug mode, and accessories. Make sure you save. It would be very disheartening if you do not save at this point, so it's highly encouraged to save, because we will be going directly into chapter select, So load game, chapter select, and the chapter that we're looking for specifically, Amei goes through this pretty quickly here, but load game, chapter select, all the way down at the bottom, chapter 17, all the way down at the bottom, chapter 1709, 9SNA2. So that will start the fight between 9S and A2 again. You want to select 9S from the options here. So, surprisingly, an interesting strategy here. As 9S, when you spawn into the fight, you can immediately throw a damage glitch to knock A2 off her feet, get her onto the floor, and with, I believe this works with Taunt plus 6 only, but I might be wrong on that. The idea behind it is really just to get her on her back and SD. As long as she's taunted, and with Taunt plus 6, with an SD, you should be able to take her out pretty quick. With Taunt plus 3, I believe you need a little bit more damage glitches, or a few more damage glitches onto her in order to take her down. But you still should be able to SD her with Taunt plus 3. I forget exactly what the threshold is. If you aren't able to SD her, then just damage glitches are perfectly fine. The same way that you dealt with A2 in the middle of B ending. So there in the white text and the white screen, it doesn't matter what option you go with, just as long as you select an option. The cutscene, you could skip it. And now comes the final part of an E-ending run, the credits. So that's ending D. What's going to happen is that the game will give you an option to stop the credits. You want to say no, or rather, you want to say yes. Sorry, that's Amei being silly. Yeah, I guess that's something that he did in the PV here. Regardless, if that happens, you can choose to load either one of 1710-1 or 1710-2, and that'll take you right to the credits. So here it's important that you select yes, otherwise the credit sequence will not stop. You want to press yes twice. So you select yes once, spam through the dialogue, you select yes again. And now we're in ending E. So this is the one part of the run that you are allowed to connect to the network with. The objective here, and I believe Amei goes through this a little bit here, but the objective here is just to die as quickly as possible, connect to the network, and say no. That happens 5 times, I believe.
The defense program has initiated a purge. If this continues,
So the objective, you kind of see what Amei is doing, moving back and forth, so that way when you get hit by a projectile, you don't destroy the other projectiles that are behind it. So that way you can die a little bit faster. So for each of those dialog boxes, you always want to say no. If you say yes, you get sent back to the title screen. And there we go. So right on the final one, we say no, and then if we are given an offer, you want to say yes. So saying yes to that dialog box gives us our buddies, and we get to go fast during the cutscenes here, or during the credits. So we're just gonna motor on through these. The strategy is just to kill every name. So we are coming up to close to the end here, I believe. There is a little bit of a strategy in taking out some of the smaller names in larger explosions by actually taking damage, but in some cases it's better to not take damage for the bigger names, so that way you get the better shot damage per second on the bigger names that have more HP. Here we are, producer, Yokosei Saito, president and CEO, Yosuke Masuda, and there we are. So timing ends officially when you kill the final name. However, the auto splitter finishes when the cutscene begins. And that is the end of this e-run. And good lord. So that was a general overview of a e-run. If you are looking for more information regarding the specific strategies used, do take a look at the written e-ending guide that is available on speedrun.com/NA, speedrun.com/NA, or you can ask the NieR Automata community in discord.nearspeedrun.com. We have our Discord there. And yeah, thank you for everyone who watched. And thank you to Amei for providing an awesome run. Thank you. Okay. Whew. Jeez. That took so fucking long. 6.5 hours live. Jeez.